Okay, a very good morning, everyone, once again from the flight deck. Welcome to another Pilot's Life live on Twitch with me, Captain Nabs, and welcome back, everybody. So, here is a quick recap. We tried to do this yesterday, so this is actually the second time I've tried to do this leg. The season's not going very well here. This is the second redo I've done this season. Yesterday, we were doing all right, and then all of a sudden, we were probably about 5 minutes away from pushback, and the sim just froze completely solid. Just didn't do anything. Didn't even, like, blur. The sim just simply stopped responding, stopped doing anything. It was completely frozen. It was just frustrating. And anyone who's flight sim probably has been there at least once. So you guys, you all know how I felt. Very frustrated at that moment. And of course, we were about 45 minutes into the stream, so restarting was not an option yesterday. So here we are again today to retry what we did yesterday. I'm going to probably do a bit of a speed run through the pre-flight setup because I did most of it yesterday, but I am going to try and explain stuff yesterday because I'm not going to post yesterday's video on YouTube just because it just sort of went to nowhere. So I'm going to try and keep I'm going to try and sort of keep this one as, yes, it's a redo, but I'm going to try and explain everything again as we go. So, today is a bit of a long flight. It's not terribly long, but it's a bit long. Today, what are we doing? We are starting off here in Rome. We're at the Rome Leonardo da Vinci Fiumicino Airport, and we are going all the way back up to Oslo Gardermoen Airport for our flight today. So it's a little over a 3-hour flight, so we do need to get this flight underway sooner rather than later. A little bit of a longer than average flight. Not terrible, but it's definitely enough that we need to get this stream underway quickly. The one thing that was interesting that we did yesterday that we're going to throw right back out there again today, and actually what I'll do is I'll hop in the flight deck first, I'll get the setup started, and then we'll have some time to talk. So, let's hop into our trusty A320 up the stairs and into the flight deck, and oh, yeah, there we go. There's my track IR. Yeah, so we're in the flight deck, so let's do this. Greetings, fellow first officer, whose name I have forgotten. I think this is... let's see here, who is this today? Actually, we're supposed to be doing Luca today, so we're going to put up... we're going to change this up. And this is... apparently not reloading. What? Okay, apparently we're not, there she is. This is Luca. Alright, took a second for her to reload. Let's start setting up.
Roger.
Alright, there she goes. I just need to turn up my volume here a little bit. I think I need to turn up this volume just a little bit here, just so you can hear a little bit of what's going on. All right, so we just got in the flight deck. The external power's on, the batteries are on, so we're going to go ahead and start up the IRSs because that is the longest part of this whole process. Usually is getting those IRSs initialized. And not the Yatsu FMGC. Anyways, we just go to aircraft status. We start with a database swap. Make sure that the database has been swapped so that everything is cleared out of the FMC's memory. It's basically like almost like a mini Control-Alt-Delete. It's not a Control-Alt-Delete. It doesn't actually reboot the machine, but it clears all the memory items from the previous flight out. Anything that was in there gets cleared out when you swap a database. Let's see here. Okay, what are we doing today? Scandi. 47.
I'm out for the walk around.
Roger. And let's just put this in LIRF slant ENGM. Perfect. And then we go IRS and NIT. That's the only thing we need to do here, and just double check those coordinates. So let's just double check those coordinates here against my Navigraph charts. And in order to do that, I'm going to put myself on the screen here so you guys can see me, so you can see the charts here. Why is it launching? Oh, because I accidentally clicked Firefox when I have stopped using Firefox. For those of you that are very astute watchers of my channel and very detail-oriented, that's not it. That's it. There we go. You may notice this little lion icon over here in my browser, which indicates that I've switched over to the Brave browser now. I am using Brave. I just even in Firefox, I got tired of tracking. Brave blocks so many trackers, and it's crazy. Like when you start to look at a website, it tells you how many trackers, ads, everything it blocks on a website. It doesn't block everything, but it blocks more than most. It kind of has a default of like, I'm going to block it unless I think you need it, instead of show everything unless I think I should block it. It starts from the default end of privacy, which is just... I'm so tired of being tracked and doing everything I do, and yeah, companies knowing more about me than I know about myself. I would like to know about myself first before I tell other people. Anywho, what am I trying to do here? Sorry. Got distracted. Don't rant. Don't rant early on. Distracted. What we're doing here is we're looking for parking stands. So we changed our parking stand today. Yesterday we picked a parking stand that apparently is actually under construction. So today we're at 404. So this should have some coordinates for stand 404, 4147.9 north by 1215.3 east. 1215.3 east, that's the GPS position. That's what it's all aligning on. So the IRS alignment is going well. Perfect. That's what I was looking for. All right. So while that's aligning, that takes a couple minutes here. You'll notice that we got a couple messages here. We got CB tripped on overhead panel. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to look up at the overhead panel and see if I can spot the CB that's out, and there it is right there. And the CB that is out here is, you can just see a little tiny white border here. It is Sec1 normal supply, which brings me into our MEL for the day, which is Sec1. So let's go back down just for a second here. That's the only CB that's out. You can see none of the other ones are out, so double check nothing else popped, and we can clear that because that's just part of our MEL, and we'll remove that status for now. We're going to definitely have time to review the status in the future. So what we're doing today is we've got an MEL. This is something that actually happened to me a little while ago, and so I thought it was interesting, so I thought I would bring it up, and that is we have a Sec1 MEL. So looking it up here, it's 279401. Here it is, Sec1. Repair interval C. So they have it actually as a 10-day repair, which is, to me, is a long time to operate without a flight control computer, especially considering the hassle. Now that's a maximum. You can repair it before that, and I would hope that they would, because this is not it's not super critical, but boy, does this add a whole lot of extra workload in a way that it's going to increase the time it takes to prep for any flight because of the procedures involved here. So let's go through it here. So this is the Sec1 MEL. Repair interval C, that means 10 days, 1 installed, 0 required, so we can have the Sec1. However, we got a whole bunch of conditions associated with it. Can't do ETOPS, that's fine. We're going to be flying over the continent anyways. It is deactivated. Sec1 is deactivated. Sec2 and Sec3 must be operative. ELACs, all SFCCs, all LGCIUs, all RAs, all FACs, and ADIRs are operative, as well as SFCC flap channel number 2. We also have to have all aileron servo controls operative. The TR1 and TR2 have to be operative. The side stick transducers associated with the ELACs and the operative secs are checked operative before each flight. This is where it starts to get complicated. The DC tie contactor 1 PC1 is checked closed before each flight, and the elevator controls through the Sec2 and ELACs and the roll spoiler controls through the operative secs are checked operative before each flight. And the flight manual performance penalties for pair of spoilers 3 and 4 inoperative are applied. So, reading all that, yes, royal pain in the rear. There's a lot of stuff. So basically almost everything else with the flight control computer systems has to be operative. You can have one flight control computer in op. It reduces some of the redundancy, but there's enough redundancy through the system that you can get through several flights, several days with one computer in op. However, almost everything else you have in the flight control computer range, LGCIUs, ELACs, SECs, all that stuff has to be working. And additionally, there's a procedure to make sure that our transducers are all working. So if we fast forward to our procedure section here, and what I'm going to do is go to fuel and backup, because this is the, this is the end of the MEL. Yeah, so performance penalties refer to ops procedure. 276405 alpha spoilers 3 and 4. Let's see, I wonder if it's actually in here. So this is ops procedures 2764, it said. Spoilers 3 and 4. So you have to use their program to figure out the performance penalty. for two pairs of spoilers and operative. Check the DC tie contactor. It's closed. We're going to do that again, and do not use the speed brakes, which is also reiterated in our ops procedure for number 94 here for the Sec 1. ELAC 1 has a similar procedure. Sec 1, here it is. So note if the yellow electric pump's not available, you have to pressurize the yellow hydraulic system with a ground cart or with both the yellow and green engine hydraulic pumps with both engines running. So yeah, you need hydraulic pressure to run this. So this is it's a bit of a long, complicated procedure. We're actually going to do it in a little bit before we push back, but we'll wait till we're basically done the rest of the setup. So what you're going to have to do is pressurize the hydraulics, test the flight controls by actually moving the side stick to make sure the side stick, all the side stick sensors are working properly through the working secs and ELACs. It's a bit of it's not a terribly long process, but it does take a few minutes to do all the steps. So it definitely adds a few minutes to the departure process. Because you're moving the flight controls, pressure of the hydraulics, you also have to get clearance from the ground crew first. So we're going to wait till basically all the loading is done before we go and do this procedure to make sure everybody's clear. We'll get an okay from the ground crew to actually move the flight controls and pressurize the hydraulics. So it's a big, long 2-page checklist you got to run through here. The other thing that you got to do, maintenance has got to come and check the DC tie tie contactor 1 is closed. So on the electrical SD page, we have to check that the link between the DC bus 1 and the DC battery bus is there. And then note the other comments here. I'll circle right back to that. In flight, do not use the speed brakes. No speed brakes allowed today. And if the Sec 2 and Sec 3 fail during flight, auto land is not permitted. Max landing capabilities Cat 1. Disengage autopilot 500 feet RA before landing in direct law. And when autopilot is disengaged with the 3 secs failed, it cannot be engaged again. So things to think about if you lose the other secs. The odds of losing 3 secs in the same flight, pretty small. But already having lost 1, we've lost some of the redundancy in the system. If we lose the other 2 completely, we're in a bad place. So things to think about before you depart. Let's check that DC bus 1 and DC bat bus. Let's go and check this out here on the ECAM here. So on the electrical page, between DC bus 1 and the DC battery bus, there has to be a line drawn. It has to show that this contactor is closed. So that, again, because we've lost some redundancy, we need to make sure that all the other systems are working properly. They are showing closed, so that part of the pre-flight MEL is done. But the other part, the laborious part, is not happening yet. All right. I believe they're about to summon us for boarding, so I'm going to go ahead in here and summon this for boarding, because I believe FS2 crew is about to ask. And let's go ahead and just look in the back and see if anybody's back there. Nobody's back there yet, but they're about to come out. Okay. So while we were doing all of that, the IRS has finished their alignment. Fantastic. That was not too bad. But it takes a little while to get all this stuff done. Nav accuracy upgrade, GPS is primary. And what we can do now is we can go quickly into the ATSU, initialize our flight plan. And we haven't even had a chance to put in takeoff data yet. So as the MEL indicated, there is going to be a takeoff performance penalty. Spoilers 3 and 4 will not deploy with Sec 1 offline. All right, that is our correct flight. So the other thing we'll do is we'll go to the secondary, get our secondary. So a performance penalty applies because we have we only have 3 out of 5 spoilers working on each wing. That's going to mean when we try to decelerate, we're going to have less ability to decelerate. So we're going to have less drag. We're also going to have less weight on the wheels because spoilers not only create drag, but they also reduce the lift on the wing so that it puts more weight on the wheels, gives you better braking action. So with some of the spoilers not working, the airplane may not settle on the wheels quite as quickly, and you're going to see reduced braking action. So we need to account for that in our takeoff and our landing data. Why in the takeoff data? We don't use brakes in the takeoff, right? But if we do reject the takeoff, which is part of what our takeoff calculation is accounting for, when we can put that V1 number, we need a little bit more runway after V1 in order to ensure the aircraft is stoppable. Now, the runway here in Rome is long. It's 10,000 feet plus. So that's probably not an issue. But what we're going to do is we're going to increase the takeoff thrust a little bit on this departure. And I'll show you in a second here. First of all, let's just have a look at our secondary. ENGM, those waypoints all look familiar. I think it's the same flight plan I loaded yesterday. So I'm going to activate that, check takeoff data, and secondary flight plan uplink. We're going to do all that. All right, so the one last prep step we've got here is go in and calculate some takeoff data. There was ATC online. Oh, there is ATC online. Fantastic. So before we even calculate our takeoff data, let's go back in here and say, hello, can I have a departure ATIS, please, for Rome? We didn't have ATC yesterday, so this is exciting. Departure, send, and hopefully that will come in momentarily. There's our load sheet, initial load sheet. There's our ATIS, beautiful. Runway in use 25, 666, dry. Variable at 1 knot, cav okay, 17 degrees, 1021. So I'm just going to set that right now while I'm looking at it. All right, so runway in use 25 for departure. Okay, good. Well, then we'll go with that then. Okay, so go over here. Runway 25 looks like a nice day, so we'll use dry surface, optimal flap, force token, no, anti-ice. Let's see here, anti-ice off, yeah, packs on, yeah, I think we can do that. Let's get our load sheet data here, and then let's go up 500 kilos, so 72.4, just to give us some margin in case the fuel or load count increases at all, then we don't have to get new numbers automatically. We got a little bit of margin there. All right, so looks like a very nice day in Rome. That's fine. We can calculate that. So we're going to come up with some numbers here. So we got a stop margin of 509 feet, flaps 1, and a flex of 63, 157. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to increase the thrust. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this number down by 5 degrees, increase the amount of thrust. That means we'll accelerate to V1 a little bit quicker going down the runway and have a little bit more room by the time we actually hit V1 to actually stop. Because the Fenix calculator does not have any way of compensating for the takeoff performance penalties. And that's fine, because there are entire companies that their entire livelihood is calculating performance penalties. So to expect a company like Fenix to come in and create an entire calculator that considers every possibility on departure and landing for the takeoff calculator, it's not realistic, and I'm not going to complain. I am not going to complain at all about that. So anyways, I think that so that covers that. And what am I trying to do here? We can hop in the, no, sorry, not hop in the box. We can hop in the overhead and get started on our overhead flow. So it sounds like passengers are boarding. I'm just trying to make sure that there is some background sound. All right, let's do this. Okay, so it's not first flight of the day, so here is Sec 1. So Sec 1 has been deactivated. The other thing you'll notice for Sec 1, again, is that the circuit breakers also pull part of the maintenance procedures to make sure it's fully deactivated. It's not going to give any erroneous readings at any point in time, so we've turned it off. The fault light, I don't believe the fault light should be there if the circuit breaker's actually been pulled, but I'm just going to let that be. It's fine. My experience with it was that the off light would be on, but the fault light would not show. Maybe it's just me, but the background noise seems really quiet. You guys tell me what you think, but I'm going to turn the background noise up a little more, because it just feels like there's very little background noise. And that's one thing about the Airbus, is the flight deck in the Airbus is a noisy place. All right, fuel is in progress, so we're not going to turn the fuel pumps on yet. I usually like to turn these down just a little bit. Strobes are auto. We're not going to worry about starting the APU yet. We're not going to turn the seatbelts on because it's still refueling. Okay. Let's see here. All right. What am I doing here? Okay, so on the glare shield panel, constraint. Got that in numbers. It's fine. This should be 1021 as well. I set it on the FCU, but I didn't even have the standby altimeter in sight, so I didn't set that one. Reset our attitude indicator. All right, refueling, no smoking, parking brake, TCAS standby. Maybe that is a little loud in the background, actually. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard for me to kind of get a good sense of judgment. I'm just kind of looking at the levels and seeing it's definitely quieter than I am, so that's a good sign. Let's see here. Refueling is fine. No smoke is fine. Parking brake, TCAS standby, that's all fine. Anti-skid is auto. Once again, as I do in these European streams, I've moved the clock just to keep us mostly streaming in daylight hours. I set the clock back 3 hours, just so that we're going to be online during daylight hours. All right. So 650 sounds good for Gardermoen. Inop, Sec 1, Cat 2, that's fine. All right. What am I trying to do here? Sorry, this is what I'm trying to do here is just look at this side here. TKS, transponders, standby. Yeah, that all looks good. So, 1FD2 altimeters. Sorry, QNH 1021 indicating 0 feet. QNH 1021 indicating 0 feet. QNH 1021 indicating 0 feet. And a heading of 111, 111. Yeah, 111, 111, 111. So all the instruments are cross-checked. That's good. Into the box. So today we are the A320-200 with the V2527 Alpha 5 engines. Database is current until the 18th of March with a performance factor of +0. I didn't see anything to detune in the NOTAMs, so nothing is deselected. Initialization for, again, the flight is Scandi 4714. We're going from LRF to ENGM, where it's kind of lousy weather today. Yesterday was not bad. Today it's pretty low ceilings, possibly misty when we get there. So we'll see what it's like, but might be a little challenging landing there. Alternate is ENOL, and the cost index. All right, where's my flight plan here? Just pulling it up on my other screen here like this so I can see what's going on. Cost index is coming in today at 28. Cruise flight level. And this, I noticed this yesterday, 36, 35, 34, 35, 36. So up and down, but I think what we're going to do is we're just going to leave it. It looks like just we slightly changed directions. I'm not going to bother with those. If ATC wants them, I'll give it to them, but I'm not going to bother putting them in as step climbs. We're going to end at the same level, 36 eventually. Minus 59 degrees seems reasonable, 36.6. All right, departing Rome. So based on the ATIS, we're going to depart runway 25. So the SOSIV 5 Alpha, according to our flight plan anyways, with a SOVAN 1 Echo transition, and we'll confirm that with ATC in a little bit, arriving in Gardermoen, they're expecting 19 right. So we'll take an ILS to 19 right. The start today, the Lunop for Mike. Lunop for Mike, and we'll insert that. All right, we talked about steps. We're not going to worry about steps. There's no user-defined waypoints, and a total distance today of 1216, 1215. Hey, look at that, nice and close. All right, let's just go through the flight plan and make sure it matches what we've got in our flight plan, in our printed flight plan here. So I'm going to read out these waypoints off the other page here. I've got it just over here on the other screen, just off to the side here. That's where I'm looking. So I'm just looking down here at the actual routing and just confirming that everything is in there that should be. So after the SOSIV 5 Alpha, up to SOVAN, we go direct to AMTAL, direct RISM, direct ADLET, direct APRAC, direct HDO, direct LUROS, direct USDO, direct SALO, direct Gixon, direct SABAC, direct Lunop, which is where we join the arrival for the ILS 219er right with some waypoints and everything. We'll fix that once we get going. We'll have 3 hours to fix it. But that all looks good. So the flight plan we've programmed and loaded does match what's on our file. Flight plan, rad enough. We don't need to auto-tune anything right now, or we don't need manually tune anything. Secondary, we'll recopy it, and then after SOSIV, we're going to put in a return to Rome, just in case anything happens on departure. You know, especially severe emergencies like fires, engine fires, cabin fires, cargo fires, anything like that. We want to have an approach programmed in. So consider that we'll be north of the field anyways, an ILS to one of the 16s, we'll call it ILS 16 right Sulu, would probably be best. So no start, just because what you can do is you can then activate this approach and you'll get the ILS tuned up really quick. It's pretty nice out there, so I'm not going to worry about minimums in the secondary, so skipping right to the init B page. Taxi fuel point 2, route reserve 0, alternate fuel again from the flight plan here. We've got, pardon me 1 second. Try not to cough on mic too often. 2 tons, and then 1.1. So 2 tons for our alternate, 1.1 for our final reserve. And then we're going to need a ZFW. So fueling, are we done fueling? We're still fueling, still in progress here. We're taking more fuel than yesterday for sure. So let's do this load sheet. 60.1. So let me just put the keyboard in view there. 60.1. And the planned ZFW, max ZFW is 32.5. So 60.1 slant, 32.5. And then looks like fueling finally finished, just finished there. So it looks like 12 tons of gas. I think that's about 2 tons more it's yesterday because the weather's going to be worse. We've got more weather fuel and we've got a longer alternate. 71.9, we did 72.4, so that's perfect. And finally, an average wind component of +2, so it's pretty much a crosswind the whole way. It's not going to change our calculation really too much at all here, but 7.3 tons, 2 hours and 54 minutes. 7.2301, very close. Extra fuel here, so now we've got 20 minutes of weather fuel, 5 of ATC, so that's 900, 1100 plus the contingency, about 1400 kilos. 1.7, that's about right. It's pretty close. So we'll zero that out of the calculation and we'll fetch the actual winds here on request. And we'll just wait. Normally we'd continue, but in the sim it comes in real quick. There it is, blue, blue, blue for all 3 phases of flight. Wind data uplink is good. All right, so on the perf page, let's go over to the our calculations here. Nothing's changed right now, so we're expecting to see flaps 1, flex of 63, 56, 56, 57, and 10, 10. 1, 63, 56, 56, 57, 10, 10. So we'll send that to the MCDU, go back to the MCDU, and so we got flaps 1, flex 63, 156, 156, 157, 10, 10, 10, 10, and we're going to make the engine out the same 10, 10 as well. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to back this up by 5 degrees. It's not really scientific at all. I'm just trying to give it a little bit more oomph for the takeoff. I don't know if 5 degrees would be enough. It'd be more like 10 degrees. I honestly have no idea. I'm just, in the real world, you get a calculation and you actually get that performance penalty calculated, but there's no way to calculate it here within the Fenix aircraft. So I'm just trying to add a little bit of a buffer. So by reducing the flex, it means we're using a little bit more. Reducing the flex temperature, we're using a little tiny bit more power for takeoff, which means we'll accelerate quicker and have more room to stop if we do have to reject. All right, we're almost done here. We're not going to pre-select anything for the climb because I think there were some speed limits on departure. 0.76 is the managed cruise speed. We might pick that up to try and get there a little faster. ENGM should be just over 1,000 miles away, 1105, perfect. GPS primary nav accuracy is high, and the IRS is all naving with a 0 bias. That's all good. Okay, so.
Hi, the security and safety check are all done. Are we good to start boarding?
Go for it.
Okay.
Wow, that took a long time for her to get to that. I thought she was like 2 minutes away from doing that. Okay, so what do we got? We've got arrivals 25.5. Hopefully it's not too busy. We can get a word in here. And I'm going to have to check my audio settings because I feel like I'm on the wrong output device here for the ATC. Stand by. All right, so there's the frequency. I'm going to go ahead and dial this in. And okay, so now you guys should be able to hear.
41 heavy airborne 1,700 feet going 4,000.
The 41 heavy room identified. Climb to flight level 240.
Flight level 240, LIRF 41.
Italia 347, right 060.
Right 060, Italia 347.
Approach, good afternoon. Scandinavian 4714, looking for clearance to Gardermoen.
Scandinavian 4714, clear to destination Echo November Golf Mike via SOSIV 5 Alpha departure, SOVAN 1 Echo transition, initial climb 4,000 feet, squawk 4301.
Scandinavian 4714, cleared to destination Gardermoen via the SOSIV 5 Alpha, Sovan 1 Echo, maintain 4000, squawk 4301, stand 405 A320.
Skylink 260 clear, land, holding point, Delta Hotel. 260 Roma Roger, taxi to stand 223 via Delta, Echo Golf, Echo Foxtrot. 223 to stand via Delta, Echo Golf, Echo Fox, Echo Golf, Skylink 260. Channel 3915, wind 030.
Well, I think he's forgotten about me already, but we got the clearance. And I'm pretty sure we understood it and read it back correctly. It was exactly what we're expecting. SOSIV 5 Alpha, Sovan 1 Echo.
Italia 347, right,
I think he's moved on.
120,
It sounds like he's working too hard. Good afternoon, Hayden.
Report established on LS.
Right here, 120 and 3000 report, Southwest on the LS 16 left, traffic hotel.
All right.
Ryanair 70 Bravo Kilo, passing 3800.
I'm going to turn him back down
Ryanair 70 Bravo Kilo, Roma identified.
because I don't think he's going to talk to us anymore. I think he was satisfied that we read and understood the clearance, so let's get it in there. 4301. It sounds like this guy's working hard here. So 4301. We do have the correct clearance, and 4,000 is the initial altitude, so let's set that. 4,000 feet is set on the PFD. All right, so quick fuel check here. Fuel, we've got 12 tons. Not that, sorry, looking for my flight plan. So flight plan says, yeah, 12 tons, perfect. So we got 12 tons of gas. It's balanced between both tanks. There's nothing in the center. So fuel pumps are going on in the wings, staying off in the center, and belts are on. Load, they probably finished loading by now, right? Nope, they're still loading. Probably they're loading the bags, I think, because they... Yeah, they're just finishing loading up some of the bags here. Wow, look at all these airplanes parked here. Ah, it's a busy day. Yeah, so we don't have to find a load sheet. And logbook, we're not worried about. All right, so let's go through this flight plan. Let's do it, let's see here, let's do it this way. So pull that up. We'll put this in plan mode. Let's make sure, because this is not the plan from yesterday. Yesterday was a different plan, so today it's a little bit different. SOSIV 5 Alpha. All right, so let's just read this here. Transition altitude is at 6,000. Oh, they got a tower now too. Perfect. All right, SIDS include noise abatement, non-NF1, warning, close-in obstacles, speed control max 250 knots until crossing flight level 100. If unable, advise ATC. We could do that even if we have to keep the flaps at 1. That's fine. All right, so on departure on the SOSIV 5 Alpha, it should be, oops, bring up the flight plan page here. So above 410 feet, we go direct to RF 792. And then below 200 knots, RF 706 below 200 knots, and you can't see, sorry, let's do that. There we go. So you can see this as well. You can see 200 knots or less. RF 706, 200 knots or less above 3,000. RF 707 above 6,000. And RF 708 above 11,000 SOSIV. And there's no yellow stars anywhere, so it does think we're going to make all these restrictions at 200 knots until we at least get to RF 706. So we will leave the leave it in managed speed, and we won't plan on retracting the flaps probably until we passed RF 706. All right, so that's good. And then we also transition onto a Sovan 1 Echo, which I believe was this here. Yes. So after we reach SOSIV above 1000, it's a Dupa and Sovan. So if you look in the FMS, you can see that the next two waypoints are Odupa and Sovan. So that's good. Same speed restriction, max 250 till crossing flight level 100. That's all good. So it looks like the box is all correctly programmed according to the charts. I think we're ready. Okay, so let me just do this because we're almost at departure time here.
space, advisory 1228.
I'll get the tower frequency up here momentarily. Hopefully that's not too distracting having this guy talking in the background. I may even just flip that off. Just put it back to Unicom for a moment here. Okay, so technical status of the aircraft. We've talked about the aircraft's MEL, and actually, since they're done loading, where's my doors page here? There it is, doors. Yeah, since they're done loading, so we'll establish contact with the ground crew. Hey, ramp from the flight deck. We have to run a flight control check before departure. Are we okay to pressurize the hydraulics and to operate the flight controls? Everybody standing clear of the flight controls, so because the door's closed, these should be closed. Yes? Okay, perfect. So, we'll let you know when the test is done. And so we're going to pull this up here, and this is going to be long. This is a long process here. So, again, if we do have the yellow hydraulic system, we do have the yellow hydraulic pump, so we can pressurize the system that way. After application maintenance procedures, CP tripped right electric bay and CP tripped on overhead panel displays on the EWD. All right, so put the aircraft in the test configuration. All right, so this is going to be a bit awkward to do, so I'm going to actually slide this back to my other screen and read it to you guys as we go here. But it says put yellow electric pump on. And I might have to just do it this way because looking over there constantly is going to be a problem. So yellow electric push button switch on, PTU push button auto, blue electric pump switch auto, blue pump override push button on. So we have to go and push this blue pump override to turn on the blue pump even though the engines aren't running. ELAC 1 and ELAC 2 on, ELAC 1's on, ELAC 2's on, SEC 2 and 3 are on, SEC 2 and SEC 3 are on. Wait 5 seconds. Well, that was probably 5 seconds of me counting, but 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000. All right, blue pump override switch off. Wait for hydraulic circuit pressurization, so look at the flight control page. All right, and when you see all the blue flight controls turn amber, that means there's no hydraulic pressure there, then we can continue on the flight control. Okay, so wait 5 seconds. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000. Blue pump override switch on. So now we put it back on again. ELAC 2 push button switch off and SEC 2 off. So ELAC 2 off, SEC 2 off. Move the captain's stick from full forward stop to full aft stop. And on the flight control SD page, check full movement of the elevators. There we go. And then if expected movement does not occur, we contact maintenance. So that's the first part of the check done. Then we check through SEC 2. So we go back up top. We go ELAC 2 on, SEC 2 on. Wait 5 seconds. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000. Yellow electric pump off. Wait for the circuits to depressurize. So again, flight control page. Make sure all the green and yellow stuff goes off. So that all the green and yellow actuators are amber. Wait 5 seconds. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000. Yellow electric pump back on. ELAC 1 off. ELAC 2 off. Move the captain's side stick right to left and forward to aft. Each stop must be applied for 3 seconds. And check for correct movement. So from full right, 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, stand by. And to the left, 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000. And full forward, 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, and aft, 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000. All right, and then the FO would have to do the same thing. I can't simulate the FO doing, but they would do the exact same thing all the way right and left, up and down, holding each one for 3 seconds, making sure everything moves properly so that basically all the servos are correctly sending their signals to their flight computers without relying on SEC 1, which is the offline system. That's the check done. If all the controls move properly, that's the check done. We can return to normal configuration. So, yellow electric pump, off. Blue override switch, off. ELAC 1, on. ELAC 2, on. And SEC 1, confirm off. All right, and that's the check. It's not hard per se. Ramp from the flight deck. The flight control check's complete. Standby will be ready for pushback in about 5 minutes. But it does add a whole just another step to do. And imagine, like, you got to press this button that's all the way back here. When we were doing it, the FO was standing up just so that they could reach this button. It's almost impossible to reach it from a seated position. It's a hard button to get to. Okay. Now we can actually talk about what we're doing. So that's the technical fault. We also we've got the performance penalty. We can't use the speed brakes in flight. NOTAMs, I've got nothing terribly pertinent for the NOTAMs today. Let's see here. Departure today. Let's pull it up. Again, we are doing the SOSIV 5 Alpha departure out of Rome Fiumicino, 10-3 Delta. Vertical constraints are all as published. Everything's in the box. 250 knots limit below 10,000 feet. And initially on departure, we're not going to retract the flaps till we pass RF 706 and we begin to accelerate past 200 knots. From the SOSIV 5 Alpha, we transition to the SOVAN 1 Echo. It's just a couple of extra waypoints. Routing constraints all as published on 10-3 X-Ray 3. Let's see here. Noise abatement, I didn't see anything published. It does say that the SID is the minimum noise routing, so we follow the SID routing to achieve minimum noise. And then, let's see here, it's not a mountainous airport. There is some higher terrain to the east. Definitely the direction we're initially departing is not a problem. And engine out procedure, we'll just say runway heading out over the ocean until we figure out what we're doing, up until at least 3,000 before we make any turns. Performance today. In the box for the left seat departure off runway 25, it's a dry runway with no takeoff shift, the full length, flaps 1 and a flex of 58. V1 156, VR 156, V2 157, standard transition, sorry, not standard transition, transition altitude 6,000, 1010 across the bottom for thrust reduction acceleration and engine out acceleration, 224 the clean speed. So we have to, we won't be able to accelerate to that till after we've passed that one waypoint, and it should automatically start to accelerate. So we can expect a late flap retraction on this departure. It's going to be a managed departure. We've got Climb Blue, Nav Blue because we've got ATC and it's busy, RNAV, all this stuff. I'm going to make sure the autopilot goes on pretty shortly after departure. Let me think here. The RadNav is auto-tuned. Secondary's got the immediate return onto runway 16 right. And we are going to be a little bit above max landing weight, so immediate return is flaps 3, packs off for landing unless we have chance to run the overweight landing checklist. That's all I've got. Are you ready for the departure briefing? Are you ready for the takeoff briefing?
Go ahead.
Any questions?
No questions.
I forgot to ask her in that order. Anywho, weather is good, radar's required, pushback's required, config is 1+F for takeoff today. I believe it was 1. Yes, 1+F. What happened to my... There we are. Thrust is reduced. Threats. Terrain, sure. 25 is the takeoff runway. 156, 157, 157, flex of 58. That all looks good. 36,000 is the cruise, and I think that's all good. Transition altitude 6,000. Perfect. All right, so she's got everything there. She should make all the right calls at all the right moments. Looks like we should have the APU up and running there. It's been at least 3 minutes, so we'll go ahead and turn the APU bleed on. And the only thing we haven't done is we haven't put in the final numbers. So let's do this one here. Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary, thank you. So let's go in here. While I'm at it, I'm just going to request a new ATIS because it's been a few minutes. Make sure we've got the latest information when we call for pushback. And while we're waiting for that, let's just check the last load sheet here. So 60.1, slant 32.5, that looks good. 12 tons in the tanks. Yeah, still 12 tons in the tanks, perfect. ATIS, Bravo, 25. Always used for arrival 16 left and 16 right, transition level 7,000. Wind 030 at 3, variable 320 and 100. So a little bit of a tailwind, but that's fine. 1021. All right, so that's information Bravo. I think we're ready to go. Let me just check my, yeah, pre-flight, it's all connected, good. All right, I think we're good. So let's get that tower frequency up. 118.7. Actually, what am I doing here? Don't obliterate that one. 118.7.
Runway 25 by Whiskey Alpha Bravo.
Peter holding for runway 25 via Whiskey Alpha and Bravo, Peter 1475.
All right, let me just make sure I have my charts ready to go here, so when he tells me something, I know what I'm looking at. Apron charts.
Tower All Italia 370, stand 2102, ready for push start.
Italia 370, confirm squawking 1257. Korean 31 Charlie uniform runway 25 cleared for takeoff, wind 120 degrees 4 knots.
Copy, wind clear for takeoff 25, Ligurian 31 Charlie uniform.
Italia 370, squawk 1257.
370, startup pushback is approved, QNH 1020.
Start up and push approved, QNH 1020, Italia 370.
Fiumicino Tower, good afternoon. Scandinavian 4714, stand 404, information Bravo, A320, ready for pushback.
Scandinavian 4714, confirm you have clearance.
Affirm, we got clearance from the arrival controller, the Sovan 5, what was it here?
Thank you, I see it now. Startup and pushback is approved, QNH 1020.
All right, QNH 1020, start push and start approved, Scandinavian 4714. All right, yeah, we got it all programmed in there. I just forgot for a second what it was called. Okay, so we're approved. All right, so
Tango uniform ready for the taxi instructions, runway 25.
cockpit preparation checklist.
Winning 2 Tango uniform, taxi on point runway 25, Romeo Bravo.
Removed.
Fuel quantity.
Holy Pond runway 25.
11.9 tons.
Filling 3 uniform.
Seatbelts.
On.
Correction to Tango uniform.
Adios.
Nav.
Barrow ref.
QNH 1020. QNH 1020.
1020. Set. Cockpit preparation checklist
Ligurian
completed.
31 Charlie uniform,
Thank you.
identified, contact Roma 125.5.
No problem. Have a safe
Roma
flight.
255, geographic.
Before start
Hey
checklist.
guys, all packs are on board. Are we clear to close?
Cleared to
Parking
close.
brake.
Thanks. Let me know if you need anything.
Set.
Take off speed and thrust.
V1 156, VR 156, V2 157, flexing 58 degrees.
V1 156.
Moonflower
VR
5454, ready to taxi runway
V2
25.
157.
Moonflower
Flex stand
5454,
58
taxi
degrees.
Mike
Windows.
Romeo, hold short Bravo.
Taxi Mike Romeo, also
Closed.
Bravo,
Beacon.
Moonflower 5454.
On.
Before start checklist completed.
Tower 1475, you missed your turn on to Bravo. You're now holding short of runway 25.
Sorry, Peter
Okay, I'm just going to look behind us, make sure these guys haven't pushed as well, but looks like those Alitalias are gone, so here comes, brakes off, ready for pushback, delay start devised.
Tower 1475, are you able to turn around and make Bravo?
Actually, one thing I didn't look at was whether they're going to want to do intersection departures. One thing at a time, I guess.
Trying to turn around and make a turn on Bravo.
Alright, starting engines 1 and 2. Cancel checklist.
Taro 060, so with that unfortunately we guess we missed Bravo. We are now holding short Charlie Lima. Well, just disregard the chart. I thought runway 234 right is runway 25. Anyway, we are now holding short Bravo. Correction, Charlie Lima.
060, roger, runway 25, clear for takeoff, wind 120 degrees 4 knots.
Alright, farewell Rome.
Correction,
We had a nice time here, but we gotta leave. Here comes the gas. Brakes are set, confirm the pins are moved.
Romeo Bravo, holding point runway 25.
Continue taxi via Romeo Bravo, holding point 25. Montreal, 5.9.
Alright. There's engine 1. Starting engine 2. I really want to check this chart, and it's very hard sometimes not to get distracted. We're so used to living in the now generation where we have to get it all right now. All right, I concur. Revert to hand signals.
From runway 25, line up and wait.
Runway 25, running to Tango uniform.
All right, we got Sec 1 fault. That's the MEL, so I'm just going to clear Sec 1 fault. And I'm going to remove the status for now. We're going to recheck it after the engine start. All right, here comes our ramp person with the pin. Apron attendant with the pin. Thank you. Goodbye. All right. Engine's not quite started yet anyway, so they're going to walk back to the gate. I'm going to try not to look down too much before they're out of my
125.5, ciao.
danger area here.
Roma 125.5.
All right.
Grazie mille per pomeriggio.
There goes engines 1 and 2 normal. Alright, we don't need the anti-ice. We can definitely kill the APU. Alright, so on the status today we have speed brake. Do not use landing distance procedure apply. We know that we're going to have increased landing distance without the speed brakes. Without the spoilers. Center tank fuel is unusable. Inop. Spoilers 3 and 4. Sec 1. Center tank pumps is intentional. Pax 2 is intentional right now. Alright, remove that.
Runway 25, fueling to Tango uniform.
After start checklist.
Anti-ice.
Off.
ECAM status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
Set and checked.
Rudder trim.
Neutral.
After start checklist completed.
Okay. Yeah, let's just, now I've got a second to myself here. Let's just check the airport diagram here. And are there any, no, there's really no intersection departures. It's, yeah, okay. I should probably still have this up anyways. Where am I here? Tower Scandinavian 4714 on November Zulu, ready for taxi.
Okay, 4714, taxi heading point runway 25 via Golf, November Bravo.
Golf, November, and Bravo for runway 25, Scandinavian 4714. So Golf, November, Bravo.
Identified, contact Roma.
All right, perfect.
5, ciao.
125,
Clear left side.
Clear right side.
All right, and away we go. She's got the lights. I got some thrust going here. Brake check.
Pressure 0.
Move lower, 5454, runway 25, clear to take off, wind 120 degrees.
All right, we're underway. We're doing better than yesterday. We're already underway. Yesterday we didn't get this far, so we're doing all right. And I just want to see that the tracker thinks we're moving here. Where's my tracker here? For a flight stage taxi out. It knows what we're doing. Good, good, good.
News Boeing 78, runway 25, line up and wait behind.
All right, so
Line up and wait behind.
second right turn here is Golf, and then November is a left turn past the buildings there, cutting across the fields. I love that everything's painted on the ground too, so it's not impossible to get lost, but it's definitely harder. They definitely try to make it as easy as possible because it is very confusing. I had someone make that comment to me just yesterday. Toronto's a very confusing airport. Was it yesterday or was it the day before? Maybe it was the day before even. But I agree 100%. Toronto is a very confusing airport. There's a lot of parallel taxiways. The signage is good, but you have to know to look for the sign. And people miss stuff all the time, and I don't really ever blame them. It is a confusing layout, and at night it can be terribly confusing. So many lights everywhere. Very hard to see where the taxiways are until you actually kind of get onto them. So I don't really ever fault anyone that gets lost in Toronto. Alright, so this should be November Golf. Yes, it is. Perfect. Left turn here. Hopefully the ground vehicles will all be clear of us here. Keeping in mind that that nose wheel is like well behind the flight deck door. So you always want to kind of feel like you're oversteering even in a straight 320. Just because that nose wheel is somewhere behind you. And you really want to have the nose wheel on that yellow line. Alright. Flight control check.
Roma, Alitalia 370, push start well completed, ready for taxi.
Full down.
370 heavy taxi via Delta Mike 1
right.
to holding point Bravo Bravo runway 25.
Full left.
Delta Mike 1 2, holding
right.
point Bravo Bravo to runway
Neutral.
25. Alitalia 370, heavy.
Taxi checklist.
1475 runway 25 clear for takeoff, wind 120 degrees 4 knots.
Checked.
Runway 25, clear for
Flap
takeoff,
setting.
811-475.
Config 1 plus F.
5454,
Config 1
contact
plus
Roma
F.
125.5, ciao.
Radar and predictive wind shear
Contacting
system.
for departure on 125.15.
On and auto.
Moonfloor 545
Engine
good day.
mode selector.
Normal.
Ecam Mimo.
Takeoff no blue.
Taxi checklist completed.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board our flight today. This is
Flight deck.
flight attendant speaking.
The cabin is now secure for
Please
takeoff.
direct your
Alright, this is November, then we're making a right turn here on Bravo. Thank you.
There is an instruction card in your seat pocket that illustrates the safety equipment on this aircraft. Regulations require compliance with this information as well as all crew instructions, lighted information signs, and posters. Placards fasten your seatbelt by inserting the metal tips into the buckle. Tighten by pulling on the belt.
Alright.
Seatbelt.
I'm going to take one more look here, just make sure we know where we're going.
It is our policy that you keep your seatbelt fastened
Italia
at all times
370 on Bravo, give way to the Scandinavian A320 left to right.
Instructions for door operation. Each door
Alitalia 370, sorry, can you repeat please?
Alright, the next left is the threshold of the runway.
To the Scandinavian A320 passing left to right.
Okay, Alitalia 370, attend the Scandinavian on Bravo. I dropped it.
Alright, this guy's
1475 identified, contact Roma 125.5, ciao.
Contact Roma
This guy
125.5,
should be holding for us, I think.
Goodbye, ciao.
blowing to the mask, even though the bag may not inflate. Cover your nose and mouth with the mask. Place the elastic band around your head and tighten by pulling on
Scandinavian 4715 Bravo Bravo runway 25, line up and wait.
Bravo Bravo, runway 25, line up and wait, Scandinavian 4714.
Pull up and remove
Alright, so Bravo Bravo will be the first left here. We're going to line up there.
Place your arms around
We'll just wait till we get around the corner here,
located on the back.
so we don't blind this guy.
This is a non-smoking flight. Smoking is not permitted in the cabin or laboratory. Cabin lights will now be turned off. Leading light buttons are located above your seat. Thank you for your attention.
Lineup checklist.
Take off runway.
25 confirmed.
Take off runway confirm. Approach path clear of traffic. Cabin crew be seated for takeoff.
Scandinavian 1, correction, Scandinavian
Runway
4714, runway 25,
confirmed.
clear for takeoff,
TCAS.
wind 120 degrees 4 knots.
Runway 25, clear for takeoff, Scandinavian 4714. Repeat last.
Italia
TCAS.
370 behind the departure.
TARA.
Scandinavian
Pax 1
A320,
and
runway 25, line up and
Off.
wait behind.
Line up checklist complete.
Beyond the traffic,
I think we're doing Pax on departure, but I don't really care. Alright, here we go. Runway 25 is on the paint.
Alitalia 370, heavy.
Here we go. takeoff.
Check.
Man flex 58, SRS runway, auto thrust blue.
Checked. Thrust set. knots.
Checked.
Hello Tower, this is Lima Victor Mike Alpha Romeo with information Charlie, ready to copy.
Lima Victor Mike Alfa Romeo,
3-1. Rotate.
Fiume Tower, ciao, information Charlie, correct, clear to your destination as filed via SOSIV 5 Alpha departure.
Gear up.
1 eco transition, runway 25, initial climb 4,000 feet,
Nav.
squawk 4307.
Clear, as filed. Can you tell me the seat again, please?
Climb, all blue.
Firm standby, Scandinavian 4714 identified, contact Roma 125.5.
Checks are on.
Roma 125.5, Scandinavian 4714, good day. Thrust climb, auto thrust. Roma departure, Scandinavian 4714, 1,600, climbing of 4,000.
Scandinavian 4714, Roma identified, climb to flight level 240.
Climb, flight level 240, Scandinavian 4714.
Roma, good evening, Italia 97979.
Flight level 240 is set. Alright, so we're keeping the flaps extended, 200 knots, until we hit RF 706. That's when the acceleration will happen. Alright, well that wasn't too bad. There's the CB tripped. Alright, so just looking up over here, the only CB tripped is the Sec 1. So clear CB, and no change in the status now. Remove status. Remove status. There you go, the chem actions are completed. Alright, as soon as we pass this waypoint, it should now accelerate. We'll retract the flaps. There it is, there's 250 knots. Just want to see a positive trend here. Flaps 0.
Speed checked. Flaps 0.
Alright, and we're underway on a pilot's life, another
5454, you're leaving us
leg.
1228, ciao.
1228, ciao, Moonflower 5454.
Definitely some higher terrain, not too far north of the field here, so I'm going to put terrain on ND up here. We got to hit 11,000 or above. Right now the calculation of the flight plan is still calling for... let's see here. 11.7, so it's going to be tight, but we're going to make it. And there's 6,000 transition.
Standard cross checked. Passing flight level 066. Now.
Here we go. Alright, now let's have just a little bit of fun here. There's the airport way back there. Some nice things to look at. Beautiful Roman countryside. Get rid of myself for a moment here. And always looking for a title card.
Carro 1475, Roma, you're leaving us base, advisory 1228, ciao.
122.8 for Italy 1475, goodbye.
Always looking for those title cards, so.
Roma, ciao all'Italia 370, Boeing 740.
Back inside.
200 on climbing.
Put myself back up there, but there we go. We got away with it this time. We're doing good. We got to be 11,000 feet here. We're getting very close. I think what I might do is just pull speed. Select the speed 250 and just for an extra 500 feet before it accelerates. Just to absolutely make sure. We got 3.5 miles to get that next 1,000 feet. There's definitely not a lot of margin left on this climb, that's for sure. Alright, there's the 11,000. So there's speed managed. By the time it's even started to pitch down, we're already through 11,000. There it is. 304 in the climb. Yeah. So took a little longer, I think, for us to get going there than I expected. Actually, no, I think we left on time. I think it's just the question of the length of this flight. So let's have a quick look down here in the box. And just check the fuel prediction page. So what the fuel prediction page is saying is 53 minutes of extra gas. So I don't see a problem with us bumping the cost index. Just the stream's not taking forever. 1.8, 54 minutes. Give it a few minutes, give it a minute or so to think about this. And the one thing I do wish that Fenix would do is that when it's recalculating things like the fuel burn and everything, when you've changed the cost index or something and it's recalculating the fuel burn, or when winds are in the real airplane, it dashes out everything again. So like it looks like it hasn't calculated at all. When it starts, when it knows it has to do a recalculation, you get dashes everywhere until the calculation happens. I kind of wish Fenix would do that. They just leave the previous calculation on there until they come up with a new number. We did pass through 10,000, so I guess we got lights off. We can get the seat belts off. We definitely don't need the anti-ice. I get the airport page up. RadNav is auto-tuning fuel prediction. Again, 1.8 extra. We got lots, and secondary is now recopied. Prog page says we're good up to 36.7. We're cruising at 36, so yeah, it's tight, but we should be able to do it as long as the air is nice and smooth. And that's it. We're underway for another leg of a pilot's life, final leg of season 14. I can't believe 14 seasons, and it's weird. I was thinking about this morning. It's crazy when you think back that when I started this, I started this pre-FS 2020. I started this series, the original. Oh, let's just bring it up here, but the original. No, not that one. Oh, for crying out loud. Why are you not signed in? Because I switched browsers. It was fairly recent that I made this switch, so nothing is logged in, which is interesting when you think about it. Like, you don't realize how much stuff is kind of perma-logged in. And now it's probably going to want to security verify me. Nope, it believes that this is where I live, so at least that's good. Okay, 148 episodes of A Pilot's Life on my playlist here.
Delta India Triple Alpha, descend 3,000 feet, via 0, clearance whiskey 16 left, report established.
Descending 3,000 via 0 and island 16 left and
but yeah, if you go all the way back, I'm just trying to find the
heavy, descend,
episode here, but
6,000 feet, ratio 1020. Down to 6,000, Alitalia 979.
if you all go all the way back in history, and this is a long way back in history, yeah, this is me flying the Q400 in P3D, the majestic Q400 in P3D, and I did a lot of nice pictures there. A little bit of a bounce on that landing, but that's okay, because sometimes that happens. It was my original intro back in the day. And man, that just takes you back. I'll put the background music up there a little bit. And just look at that. I remember that overlay. I'd forgotten about it, in all honesty. I'd forgotten about it, but remember that overlay, the Dash 8 themed overlay with all the nice little screws and panels, and the FMC themed progress bar on the bottom, and just like the graphics, the P3D era graphics, which were not terrible, but MSFS is just like a world ahead of that. It's just crazy to go back and look upon this. Why are we not climbing? No. No, it froze again. No. You're kidding me. I thought we were doing good. It froze again. It froze again. We're not climbing. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is going on with this sim? What is going on? I'm tempted to try a little tiny bit of troubleshooting here.
With Malta 2 Delta X-ray.
See if I can
Malta 2 Delta X
figure out what is going on.
Squawk 1000.
You know what that's me being kicked off the network for not moving. Nope. I'm just trying to... Whoa! Whoa! And then it suddenly came back to life there. Weird. Alright, yeah, overspeed, I get it. I get it. It's gonna take a second. Well, it came back to life at least. Okay. Put the autopilot back on. Get it back to where it was. That was weird. We'll see if we can reconnect there. When did I close? Down. I did close down my mini cockpit. I don't know if that was coincidence or if that was the cause.
Ciao, grazie mille, caro. Ciao, all'Italia 360.
That was weird. At least I got it back, so I'm kind of willing to go to run with that. This is still happy. This still thinks we're flying. Transition to cruise. Okay, good. So that's all good.
6,000 feet.
Climb 6,000, Mike Alfa Romeo.
All right. I was about to, like, I wasn't going to cry, but I was getting close.
Delta India Triple Alpha, Roma Roger, contact Fiume Tower, 118.7. Ciao.
118.7, thanks for the great service. Bye.
All right. Well, that hopefully...
Lima Alfa Romeo, confirm your cruising level will be 60, I mean altitude 6,000.
6,000. When I get there, I tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, but on your flight plan, you put a requested flight level 6,000 feet, which is unbelievable for us.
Unbelievable for us.
That's flight here. Keep it simple.
Yes, keep it simple, but soon you will be below our razor minima, so there is no point.
10,000?
Italian 9979er after GPAT direct to Subok, descend 4,000 feet. GPAT Subok 4,000 feet.
I find that funny. Your altitude is unbelievable. Let's see here.
Mike Alfa Romeo, request flight level 100.
Alfa Romeo, climb flight level 100.
Climb 100, Mike Alfa Romeo.
Canadian 4714, Roma Union Airspace, advisory 1228, ciao.
All right, over to advisory. Thank you very much for the service. Canadian 4714, ciao. All right, we are leaving their airspace. And we are still underway with the sim. Had a momentary little glitch there. We'll call that like a wake turbulence event there. That might have dinged my perfect score with a sudden high bank angle, but we'll just have to make it work. All right, I'm just playing around with my... Trying to make myself a little bit less transparent there. All right, anyways, we're airborne. We're climbing through 240, but our cruise is at 36, so we're over on Unicom, so 36 it is. Flight level 360 is set, and away we go all the way to Gardermoen, where it's supposed to be not the greatest weather, so we'll see what it's like when we get there. I'm glad we kind of recovered from that crash. Maybe I just had to wait long enough. I don't know what... That's the second time that's happened, and it's weird because I have not seen that happen before, so I'm at a bit of a loss as to why that keeps happening. I really am. I don't know what is triggering that. Maybe something to do with the streaming software or something else, because I haven't had freezes like that outside of these two, the one that happened yesterday and the one that happened today. So very, very weird. I'm glad I kind of waited and did a little bit of troubleshooting. I'm not sure the troubleshooting actually did anything. I don't think it did anything. I think I just simply was playing with things and it just sort of it got over itself for whatever reason. But anyways, yeah, to go back to where my train of thought was before, like, it's crazy to look at my original series and the quality here. You can see we're parked at Toronto Pearson still. I sound a lot, maybe it's me, I sound a lot more nervous certainly in this point. After 150 episodes and probably 400 or 500 hours of streaming, I definitely feel like I'm a bit more comfortable doing this sort of thing. But yeah, just crazy to kind of just look through and just remember flying the dash. And I remember flying the dash. Look at the frame rate too. The frame rate was pretty abysmal on my computer back in the day. This is max volume on my YouTube. I had a hard time overcoming the sound of this simulator here. I must have already had track IR when I was doing this, though. Which is crazy to think, like, this was... What was the published date on this video? This was 6 years ago. 6 years ago I published this video. Like, it's been a lot of stuff ever since. It's crazy to see how, like, the simulation has evolved. Like, this was, you know, for what it was a very good representation of the airplane. That the graphics were not as high quality, the textures are not nearly as high quality, and of course my computer back then was having a hard time with this even. So just to think of what, you know, what it would have done with MSFS back in the day. But I even remember the loading software for the Majestic, loading everything, putting it all in the box, having it's just interesting to go back and look at this, and I might start going back and revisiting and watching a few of these, because it's just it's cool to see how far the simulation has come, how far the hobby has come. This is me sitting here trying to fly, or is the autopilot on? No, the autopilot's on. This is the autopilot trying to fly. I don't even remember what we were doing. What were we doing here? This one was just simply city center to looks like to Montreal was all this was. Just city center to Montreal, and just exploring the software a little bit, the original version of Pilot's Life software back in the day. And then you look at the scenery. You look at the scenery, and I mean, it was state-of-the-art at the time. But you compare it to what we're looking at out the window now, and it's just it's a bit funny. It's antiquated. It's interesting to go back and kind of look at it, though. It you know, this is a whole different era of streaming, but I enjoyed it back then too. But I think you could tell through my voice that I was nervous. I wasn't really sure what I was doing. I've taken inspiration across the way, but yeah, I wasn't really sure what I was doing back then. Me trying to land a Dash 8. It's funny watching a video of watching a video, but it just, I was thinking about this morning, and it's just like, this is so far back now. Me trying to land a Dash 8 on stream and try not to muck it up too badly. Don't pitch up. Thunk. That wasn't too bad, actually. I find that chase plane makes a bit of a kerfuffle, a big ordeal out of every landing you do. And then we got to the gate, and I spent... Did I do a second flight? What did I do here? Toronto... Why does it say CYYZ? Oh yeah, it should have been CYYZ, yeah. Wasn't it CYT, then CYYZ. Did I do the round trip? No way. $205. Did I really get a whole round trip done in the dash? So we got airborne again. Oh, I think what I did was I triggered an emergency, didn't I? I think I came back to land again. I don't know what I did. This is so long ago. The second leg did not go as planned. Yeah, we turned around to land. That's why. That's how we got a second leg in there. But anyways, really interesting just to kind of go back and kind of look at this and see the heritage of this series. Like, who would have thought when I produced that video 6 years ago that I would still be doing it? 6 years later, 150 episodes later, I think we're at 140, I think this would be like episode 149 episodes later, which probably represents, you've got to think that represents about 400 to 500 hours of streaming, because most of my videos generally are in the about the 3 hour range. Some are 2, some are 4, probably average about 3. So the 150 videos is probably about 450 hours of streaming that I've done. And the fact that I found stuff to talk about for that length of time, I think is a little bit of a testament. We were talking about this last night, but you know, the art of small talk is dying a little bit. It's not dying in the current generation, but the new generation is having a hard time with it, because everyone just immediately, as soon as you don't have something important to talk about, you pick up your phone and you just stare at it. And it's amazing how people will have conversations and they'll just pick up their phone and they'll just stare at it and they'll scroll through it. And there won't be anything even important. It'll be like you'll be looking at videos on YouTube or Facebook or something. And that's apparently a better alternative than standing in silence next to somebody for a minute or two. You know, I feel like that the art of small talk is definitely dying. That younger people are having a harder time with it. They get more anxiety just from talking to people in a lot of cases, just because they're not used to it, because they're used to people doing it for them, doing things where you don't have to interact face to face. And yeah, the second, even with your friends, the second you don't have something to say, something to talk about, rather than try and make a conversation, you just give up and you just go and you stare at your phone. And it's not mind-boggling. It's understandable. It's very understandable the way we've been brought up to have these devices in our lives. It's very understandable. I'm just going to see if turn this light on here, because I was having a little bit of a transparency issue. When I turn that on, and that makes me a little bit brighter, anyways. Yeah, I find that it's not surprising. I don't blame anyone who kind of gets caught up in this sort of way of operating, because it's become the norm. It's become socially acceptable. But I did a little interesting social experiment a while back where I had a book, and instead of every time the conversation would stop and people would pull out their phones, I'd pull out my book. I just like a novel, but I just pull out my paperback and just start reading it. And like and it's funny because it looks incredibly rude, but how is that any more rude than somebody doing something, playing with their phone when you're literally just, your conversation stalls for a minute or so. You know, maybe not with good friends, but with coworkers. Your conversation stalls for a minute or so. You pull out a book and start reading it instead of playing with your phone. How is that any different? There's 35-2 climbing 36. If really, I don't think it is. I think it's the same basic idea. I don't think you're important enough to warrant my attention anymore. So I'm going to do something else. But for some reason, we all consider it socially acceptable to take your phone and conversation's dead. I'm just going to put my phone right here, and I'm just going to look at it for a couple of minutes instead of looking at you. Like it's an odd social convention that we've all grown to accept, that people think their phones are more important than the face-to-face conversations, and it really does bug me a little bit. Well, more than a little bit. But again, you wonder about social skills. Like, if you actually have to have a conversation with somebody and interact with somebody on a social level, are you going to be able to? And there is... almost there. Any second now. mock all crews. But then I also say that, like, pilots are a bit of a unique breed in that, for the most part, pilots are forced to learn how to partake in small talk because you spend, take this flight as a typical example, and probably chances are this would be the only flight you do today. You'd probably be paired with this person, and you'd probably do a second flight somewhere else today, because it's about a half a workday's worth of work. Sometimes it might be a full workday, but probably a half a workday this would get paired with something else. And so you have now 2.5 hours of cruise where your workload is very low. It's not zero, but it is very low. For the next hour, at least hour and a half, we've got very little to do except talk to ATC periodically. Listen to the radio, talk to ATC. And so you learn to start having conversations with the person next to you. And anything. And it's amazing how once you start, you can often go off in weird tangents. It starts with the typical stuff. You know, hey, you live close to the airport. You got any kids? Where did you work before this? You know, what was your previous job like? You start with kind of those simple things. Or you might talk about something that's relevant, something that's new in the news, something that's new. I'm just going to turn the background down just in case that pops up again. Yeah, something new in the news, something new at work, you know, new airplanes or changes to contract or whatever, something, you know. But you usually start with these couple of kind of core topics that everyone can usually kind of agree to. Okay, you don't have kids. Do you want to hear about my kids? Probably not. That's fine. If you do have kids, most people are happy to talk about their kids. But hey, you kind of find out something. Hey, do you have a significant other? You know, you living with your parents? You know, where do you live? Like, yeah, not a bad thing. Just want to find out things so I can ask you questions and learn a little bit about you. Hey, you live in the snow belt. How's the winter so far this year? How much snow have you shoveled? How deep is the snow in your backyard? You know, it's simple things, but sometimes it's amazing how that will start with nothing and lead to a total. Lead to a whole conversation. You'll start talking about, hey, you know, what you've been watching, anything recently on streaming that any good shows you've been watching recently you might suggest or you've been enjoying anyway. So trying to find mundane topics that definitely keep you occupied, but also get you a chance to get to know somebody, you know. And maybe this is a person that you'll never see again. Maybe this will be the last time we ever fly together. Maybe I'll see you again next week and we can talk about that. You never know. So you want to try and get to know people. You know, maybe you guys will be forced to hang out at the destination, and so maybe it's good to go in starting to know something about this person. Hey, you got any plans for our layover in Rome this week or whatever? You know, it's just anything. But I find that pilots are definitely very skilled at that, at always trying to start a conversation, because there's nothing worse than a silent flight deck where nobody has anything to talk about. And I've been on a couple of them where the other person is... some people do lack social skills, and they you know, if you ask them questions, you'll get like one-word answers, and it won't lead to anything. Most people want to start a conversation. They want to connect with people. We're going to sit here for 4 hours. We could either sit here in silence and do nothing, or we could sit here and talk. You're not really allowed to use your phone. There are a few people who do, but you're not really, you know, you're not supposed to be using your personal device while you're flying an airplane, for good reason. It's a bit more distracting than a conversation. A conversation is great because most conversations you can usually stop them the second you hear a call from ATC, so you can clue in very quickly and stop the conversation altogether. But whereas devices sometimes they're so all-encompassing and so distracting. But that being said, there are a few people that still have a hard time letting go of their devices, that are texting throughout the day. I frankly enjoy this opportunity to be separated from the world. I love this chance to just, like, you know, a lot of airplanes will have, you know, Wi-Fi connections, but you don't have to connect to the Wi-Fi, and then your phone is no longer accessible to the world. You're in a bubble for a little while, at least a couple of hours every time you go flying. It's nice. It's nice to break with that. It's nice to break with the world. It's funny because if you go in the back, most people in the back are usually not broken with the world nowadays, and it's again, it's a generational shift. But flying has become so commonplace for the people that do it, and most people that do fly regularly now. It seems like most people who have the money to fly on probably about once a year or so, I would say. And of course, there's a lot more frequent flyers than that, but it seems that everybody who flies a fair bit, and flying has become so normalized that nobody looks out the window, which is mind-boggling to me. You're in a tube moving at almost the speed of sound, 6 miles above the surface of the Earth, 7 miles above the surface of the Earth. And most people would rather stare at the show that's streaming in front of them. Like, people, like, the thing that kind of, like, really blew me away when I first started to notice it was that middle of the day, you can have a beautiful cloudless day soaring over a beautiful countryside somewhere, and everyone has got the window shades closed because that light outside, that world outside, might distract me from my streaming show for 5 minutes. Never mind the fact that, like, you get this beautiful view of the whole planet, of so much of the world. You get to see so many things you would never otherwise see, but everyone would rather stare at the screen in front of them, at whatever they've chosen to stream, whether it be a movie or TV show. I think it speaks volumes about our society today. Like, even when you have the opportunity to see the outside world and enjoy the outside world, people would much rather just close in and just focus on their little streaming world, and not have to think about troublesome things outside their little streaming world. And not that this is even troublesome, but people just don't even want to live the experience outside. It blows me away how normalized airline travel and airplane travel has become. That it's even kids, you know, like when I was a kid, every kid wanted to see what the flight deck looked like. It was the coolest thing. Buttons and dials and gauges and screens everywhere. Crazy the amount of stuff that's in there, and you must have to be super smart to go and fly an airplane. Well, it used to be certainly my mentality, and I think a lot of kids used to think that. And it's crazy how now in the screen age, in the Black Mirror age, most kids don't have the slightest interest. They might take a glance in the flight deck and be like, my iPad probably has more computing power than that. Unless you get a few kids, and there are a few kids, of course, that are very interested, that are airplane nerds, that are actually interested in aviation, that might want to be a pilot themselves one day, and then they're interested. But it shocks me, I think, how few kids actually want to see the inside of the flight deck. I think that's what really shocks me these days, because when I was a kid, if I was given the opportunity to see the flight deck, I went up and saw the flight deck of a 47 in flight when I was a kid. I don't remember how old I was, but we used to go on a regular trip to England every few years, and I would, and I remember in particular one time we flew the Ward Air 747 across to England, and I got to go up in the flight deck in flight. I don't even remember all that much about it, but I remember being super excited about it. I remember the experience a little bit. I don't even know how old I was, if I would have been like 4 or 5 or something like that. Like, I was pretty young, but yeah, back then it was super cool. Now nobody cares. It blows me away how few kids ever want to see the flight deck. You try and invite them up and they look at you like you're trying to kidnap them or something. You're like, hey, do you want to see what the flight deck looks like? No. You're probably trying to kidnap me. Parents are half the time more interested than the kids. I'm just going to go look over here at my VATSIM radar, see what we've got. Yeah. We definitely have some control coming up. It's a little ways away still, another 100, 200 miles away, but we do have some control out there. Yeah, just crazy how phased people are by this. Nobody thinks it's interesting anymore, which is it's an interesting statement in that just how normalized air travel has become. But yeah, nobody cares. Nobody cares about what's happening in the flight deck anymore. I take offense at that. I mean, it's whatever. You can do whatever you want in your life, but I think you're missing out on an opportunity to see something really neat. Anywho, what else? What can we talk about? Has been a whole lot, I think, that's happened in the last few weeks. The one thing that is of interest, I think, if anybody hasn't done it already, Navigraph's annual community survey is out. If you get a chance, go visit Navigraph or any of their sponsors. All their sponsors will have messages with links to go and answer the question. The survey is a fantastic chance for you to kind of have your say about what you think is important in this hobby. And developers pay attention to this. Like, I think, developers, of course, they have their own agenda when they're making an airplane. They want to make an airplane that they want to fly, but there's something to be said for. Now, I think we're passing, I believe that is Venezia right there, right? Or is that not Venezia? Or is this Venezia up here? Where is Venice? Or did we already pass it? Or is that Venice there? That might be Venice there. I honestly don't know. I've never been to Venice. It's a beautiful, beautiful city I would love to visit one day. That might be Venice there. I'm trying to recognize the shapes. But I do not know. I know it's on this eastern coast here. Is that Venice? That could be Venice. That could well be Venice right there. Yes, if you haven't already, like I said, like it's an excellent opportunity for everyone to sort of make, for the community at large to sort of make their opinions and you know, their preferences known to the developers. So there's various sections of it, but the one section does deal with like what is important to you in a flight sim, in a flight simulator, in an aircraft specifically. You know, is it flight model realism, system depth, graphical fidelity, you know, autopilot and automation, emergency, like there's a whole bunch of things you can kind of rate as to what's important to you, what's not important to you. And I don't think developers will necessarily change their project 180 degrees to respond to this, but I have no doubt that all the developers read this survey results and try and see if their product fits in with a large market segment. If you don't have to necessarily make a product everyone's going to like. Nobody's going to make a product that's going to sell to everybody, but you want to know that there's a large enough market to reward your investment. All of these airplanes in this simulator are large projects. They definitely are. I would say without a doubt that they're all probably a labor of love, and you have to want to make the aircraft you're making. This is definitely not something you can do without being keenly interested in the product and enjoying the product. It really is kind of a passion career, but you can also look at the product and say, hey, is this going to be worth the investment? Like, I have to make a living, as anybody else does. I have to have enough money coming in to make a living, to pay for my living expenses, place to live, family, put food on the table, all that stuff. So am I going to be able to sell enough copies of this particular software the way it is to make that end meet? And if not, is there something else I could do? Is there something I can do? Like, should I spend a lot of time on system depth because there's a large market segment that wants really in-depth systems, or should I keep it light, market it as a light airplane, and target that end of the market? You know, so I really encourage everyone to take the Navigraph survey. I think it's really useful as a tool for all of the people who are in this hobby to see what the state of the hobby is, where we're moving. So I took it. There's definitely some interesting questions. There's questions about the online networks, the reasons why you want to use them, which ones you use, or do you use artificial traffic, and why? You know, there's questions about just how much money you're planning to spend. Like, again, how much money you spent in the last year, which would probably be indicative likely of what you're going to spend in the next year. I spent a lot of money last year on hardware because I count this computer upgrade as flight sim spending, because the real reason why I bought the high-end graphics card was for this simulator. No other game I play really do I ever feel the need to crank the graphics necessarily. And when I had lesser graphics cards and I couldn't crank the graphics, I was okay with that in most games. I was willing to use my imagination a little bit to round out the harsh edges in the games and still enjoy the games for what they were, for the experience, for the strategy, for all that side of it. But for flight simulation, I really wanted to have some good graphics, especially for streaming, some high-end graphics. Like, and all I did was I blasted the resolution up, so I doubled the resolution of my monitor as soon as I could, because I find that it's much easier now for me, sitting at this distance, to read what's on that screen, what's on that PFD, what's on that ND. I can read it clearly without having to zoom in a little bit. I can see it from sitting back here at a normal position. I can read the speed, I can read the altitude, I can read the waypoints, all that stuff. With the previous video card, because the resolution was half as bad, you pretty much always had to kind of lean in to kind of see stuff. So I am very, very happy that that is that I've made that improvement. I've been trying to think about too, what are some other improvements I would like to make to my simulator rig now. Like, I feel like I've kind of reached a bit of a plateau where I'm very happy with everything the simulator does right now. I have my mini FCU, so I've got my autopilot control panel, I've got my mini HEFIS, I can change the screens, I can adjust the altimeter, I can do all that stuff, you know, tactile, having a throttle quadrant, having the MCDU beside me. These are all like the primary inputs that I need for this airplane. Like 90% of the inputs that I use during the flight are here. There's a bunch of overhead panel products right now. I'm not sold on the need for them, and they're neat. And don't get me wrong. I mean, infinite money, I probably would want one, but in most cases, I don't feel like that's worth, for the amount of interaction you do on the overhead panel. It's not that much. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's necessarily worth it. I do like the ones that I interact with a lot: the MCDU, the autopilot, the flight control unit, all that stuff. I like having that. So I've been thinking for the last little while, like, if I had a little bit of money for another sim upgrade, what would I spend the money on in terms of a hardware upgrade? And I really haven't come up with anything. The overhead panels, like I said, for the kind of price points I'm looking at, all these little mini overheads that have sort of half the buttons and sort of a half-hearted layout, they're neat, but I don't think they're going to really kind of meet my needs. I think, so I've been kind of bouncing back and forth between two things as a future potential sim hardware upgrade. And the two things I've been bouncing back and forth between are additional screens for the PFD-ND or a tiller, a separate tiller, because ever since my Thrustmaster twisting tiller has kind of given up on me, I've been using the slider behind it. And it's just a slider that doesn't spring to center. It's a sliding axis, but it doesn't have a spring back to center, which is why, I don't know if you noticed this, but on the takeoff, I looked down here at the tiller because I had to basically, if I can zoom in enough there, I had to basically zero out my tiller. So I had to make sure that my tiller was on this zero, was covering up the zero. There's a little, it's hard to see the light here, but if I just move the tiller a little bit, you see how there's a little, I don't know what you call it, but just a little pointer, I guess, for lack of a better word, a little pointer that sort of moves there. So when it covers up the zero, I know that this tiller is neutral because it doesn't release to zero, so I have to manually kind of adjust it to neutral to make sure I'm not veering across the runway during the takeoff or the landing roll. So there are a few products out there. Most of them are a couple $100 that are just dedicated handheld tillers. Again, a little bit expensive for what it is, but there's also something about like actually grabbing the tiller and actually leaning into it and moving, driving the airplane. Like, it, again, it's one of those things that I think will just would add another layer of realism that would just put my brain over the top in terms of thinking like, hey, I'm actually in an airplane. Just that tactile sensation of having that real Airbus A320 tiller. Yeah, so that it's something that would be really nice to have. I don't know how much money I'm willing to spend on it. Probably not quite as much as all the hardware charges. And I'm not dissing the hardware charges because this is a very niche piece of hardware for sure. So that, you know, being made very small productions. So you know, you got to pay the realistic price. This is what it costs to build it. I'm not criticizing the price. I'm just not sure that, for me, the price that they would charge is what I would want to pay to get that kind of benefit. That's, you know, I'm not saying that it's overpriced. I think it's probably reasonably priced. I'm just not sure that I'm at that point, but we'll see. Yeah, so the other thing I was thinking about for a while, and it's something that just sort of pops into my head every once in a while. It's like, hey, that'd be kind of neat. Is, again, having a separate screen, and I've seen a few people do this, where you buy a small screen, you buy like a, not even like a 12-inch or a 14-inch screen, like an odd resolution screen, like so not like one of the standard resolutions, but like there's a bunch of like flattened type screens that have a very kind of flat, long resolution, like almost a 2-to-1 aspect ratio. And you just put your PFD and your ND on there, and then you've got a permanent PFD and an ND that you can kind of. So not only are they permanently there that you can see even when you have other views outside the airplane and whatnot, but also very crystal clear, always at a consistent, consistent distance from your eyes. On separate independent screens that are very nice, clear, and crisp. And I've seen a bunch of people have done that, and I'd be very willing to consider it anyways. All right, did we just do this right now? I never did that. Yeah, so it's one of those things. So you can buy them for 250 bucks. I've looked around here and there. And they're just different display monitors. So. A lot of them are like a 3-to-2 ratio. Up to like a 14-inch monitor. These are designed to almost kind of like emulate your tablet and provide like a second screen the same size as your tablet, but you can plug them into your computer and use them as an additional screen on your computer. And it could, like I said, that could be really neat. There's one that's a 14-inch 4K display, but it has a wacky aspect ratio here. It's 3840 by 1100, so like it's like an aspect ratio of like 3-to-1. It's actually a touchscreen. I'm not looking for a touchscreen. A lot of these are touchscreens. They're designed to be, like secondary input devices. I would not necessarily be looking for a touchscreen. I would be looking for something more like I said, like just an output, just to put the PFD and the ND on, and just to have them sort of permanently there. It would be a neat thing to do. I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure that worth the price. If I was to ever find like one like really inexpensive, that was still going to be like reasonable quality, but like something. Yeah, it's something I've thought about anyways. It would be really neat just to have like a second screen and just have a dedicated PFD ND, and you can have like the nice view out the window in front of you. These are the kind of things like are almost more now what I'm leaning towards for hardware upgrades. Avionics, the other aspect of avionics that might actually be interesting and I would actually consider would be like an audio control panel, radio management panel, and somebody was releasing a copy of that. Yeah, Rosefire. Rosefire has a 320 audio panel, radio management panel, audio control panel. Basically, where is it here? Sorry, looking at the wrong thing here. These two panels combined, it's $300 US though. It like a fairly realistic, apparently 1-to-1 scale, so full size. But $300. Again, that's going to cross the price point where I'm like, that's probably not worth it. $200, I'd probably say it'd probably be worth it. Because if you're on, and because I do VATSIM a lot, and if you're on VATSIM a lot and you're changing frequencies a lot, using this can be a pain in the rear. Having an actual tactile control would be nicer. So Rosefire has it here. $300 though. $300 US. That's a lot. And they have a whole series of panels, like you can build a whole flight deck. And that's the thing, is like this is probably going a little higher end than necessarily I'm looking for. I'm not looking to build an entire flight deck. I don't have the space to build a whole flight deck around my desk. So that's not what I'm looking for. But that would be really useful. Like I've even just gone and looked at the Logitech panels too, because like they're much more basic. Where is it here? Yeah. Like this thing here. It's much more basic, but at the same time, it's also very universal. So it doesn't necessarily, it's not an Airbus panel per se. It could be used in any aircraft, and it's, I do like the fact that they've got a selector here. You can use these two to tune almost any radio in your airplane. So COM1, COM2, NAV1, NAV2, ADF, DME, even press ident. That's something that, again, and that's a much more reasonable price point. $150, you get a much more universal product. The trouble with so much of this Airbus stuff, and I do love my Airbus, I really do, but you're kind of pigeonholing yourself with some of these things where they only work with the Airbus. My MCDU only works in an Airbus, doesn't work in anything else. My throttle quadrant, it can kind of work with other things, but I tend to go back to my honeycomb when I try to fly like the 37 or the 777, because I think I feel like you get a bit of a more realistic feel to the controls there. They don't feel like an Airbus control. Like the Thrustmaster Airbus, it's plastic. It's not metal, it's plastic. It's not as hefty. It's also scaled down, but it's got the right shape and feel for an Airbus product, as opposed to trying to use something a little more universal like the honeycomb. Just got to check and see here. I think before we get to that turn, I think we got to call the next controller. Hold on, where's my... I have my VATSIM radar. I had VATSIM radar up, but it seems to have vanished on me. I must have closed it by mistake. It's thinking. Yeah, around the point where we make that turn to the left is when we'll have to contact the next controller. And who is the next controller? It looks like we're going to go through Praha radar, I believe. This is... Yeah, we're going to go through Praha radar right now. Not seeing any ATC online for the destination for Gardermoen. We'll see what it looks. We'll see what happens. We've got a while till we get there. What are we at? We have 2 hours to get there still. So, which means I got to find 2 more hours worth of small talk. Shoot, I'm out of things to talk about already. If anybody's got any questions they want to ask, things you want to talk about, feel free. Yeah. I'm kind of at an interesting place with this hobby right now. I really still enjoy this hobby, but I find myself settling into a routine and not necessarily exploring new stuff as often as I used to. Like I've said in the past, like taking the time to learn new airplanes, I find I don't have it as much. And even trying to put out videos, I've been trying to motivate myself for the last little while to try and restart my Airbus series. And I've had a couple people ask me about the Embraer series as well. If I'm going to redo the Embraers now that VNAV, there's supposedly a workable VNAV, I just don't even know. I don't even know right now. I was so disheartened with the Embraer, and I think I made a mistake. I think I made a mistake in signing up to be a beta tester. As much as I wanted to contribute my knowledge of the Embraer, I was off. By the time they were developing this, I was off the airplane. But then B, I had a hard time wrapping my head around an imperfect product. I really did. I wanted to fly it a certain way. I wanted to fly it realistically, and you couldn't do it. And I don't think I'm a good beta tester. I don't. I have opinions. I see things. I can provide like bug reports and things like that, but I don't have the time. And I have a hard time with the commitment, with just the idea of trying to deal with a product that's unfinished. Especially an airplane. I really want the airplane to fly well. I don't think I could ever be an airplane developer because I want the end product. I want a well done, realistic airplane that reacts realistically, that has realistic systems, that everything works up to at least a certain minimum level. And I have a hard time with when it doesn't work. So even the I9 builds A350, it's a pretty good system in a lot of ways, but it seems like the autopilot and the FMS still have some gremlins, some quirks to work out, that it doesn't always fly well, and that frustrates me. Partly because like it seems to be able to understand the program in the FMS, and it draws a track on the ND that seems to match what the FMS has got programmed, and then it doesn't fly that. It doesn't fly that at all. It takes shortcuts. It goes direct to the next point. It does all sorts of weird things. I was not impressed with the few times I've flown it so far, and I've got to fly it a little bit more. But even that, like, I have a hard time going back to it now because I found the process uncomfortable, jarring even, that it did not work properly. So I have a little bit of a hard time going back to it, and I don't know. I think that's a little bit me. I enjoy doing what I do. I enjoy flying the Airbus, the Fenix 320 in MSFS. I've got everything really kind of nicely nailed down. I like the way this sim works. I like the way the Fenix works. I have a hard time reconciling with that and thinking about moving on to a different platform, upgrading to 2024. You know, to me, IFS 2024 is kind of in the same boat as Windows 11. It's not something that I really see as being a substantial improvement to the point that it justifies the problems and the hassles of trying to upgrade. Now, mind you, the upgrade to 2024 will be a lot easier. I will probably install the two sims side by side and let them let them live in coexistence for a while. But yeah, like I said, I'm very happy with everything that's functioning right now, so I don't see a need to upgrade. I don't see features that necessarily induce me to want to upgrade my simulator. All right. LKAA Center. Yeah, that's Praha radar, so that is 2712. I'm just going to get that ready to go because he's going to probably ping me in a few minutes here. So I'm still on the fence about upgrading to 2024. I don't know if it's going to be an upgrade. I don't know if it's going to be worth the hassle. Everything works so nicely, and that's part of my problem. Is I've become a very comfortable simmer. I'm happy with what I've got. I don't feel the need to change. I don't feel the need to constantly find new airplanes. New airports sometimes interest me, but even that, I feel like I've got most of the airports that I want to fly to on a regular basis are already in my sim. I do like exploring new places. I do like going to new places, but yeah, certainly in terms of aircraft, I'm not necessarily on the forefront of looking at what's coming out anytime soon. I feel like I've probably spent enough money on airplanes in my life now in this hobby, but pay to upgrade the PMDG stuff for 2024 again. At least Fenix is included. Yeah, I'm just not 100% sold on it yet. I've been thinking about it more and more, and I've been thinking that maybe now the break between season 14 and 15 is the time to do it, but I'm still having a hard time selling myself on it. And it's not even the money, because it is a new sim, and I would probably go for one of the deluxe versions that has a lot of the airplanes and airports included. But if I like it, there is no doubt I will get my money's worth out of it. The money I spent on this simulator versus the time that this simulator has been running on my computer is pennies. Pennies per hour. Wow. Let me take my purchase price, because I bought the deluxe version, I think it was $160. Let's just do a round calculation here. At this point, if you divide that by the number by the amount of time I have spent in the simulator, I'm down to less than 2.5 cents per hour. This is one of those games where you can't argue I haven't got my yeah, you can't argue I haven't got my money's worth out of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, and I would argue that I probably would get my money's worth out of it in 2024 as well. It's not a question of the money. I think it's more just it's a question of, is it worth it to me? Is it worth the hassle? And I have yet to answer that question. In all honesty, I'm still trying to come up with an answer. We may or may not have the next version. We may or may not do the next season in a new version of Microsoft Flight Simulator, but we'll see. Haven't committed to that at all. The one thing I will say for sure is that we will fly the 350 a little bit. I don't know that we'll fly it extensively, but we will definitely pull out the 350 and try that a few times and place the Fenix, just to sort of give us a little bit of variety, a little bit of change in what we're doing. Scandinavian operates quite a few 350s. They definitely intend to be the long-haul airplane, much more intended to be on the long-haul route, but there's nothing that says you can operate these on a lot of, I'll say domestic, maybe continental's the better way to say it, shorter haul flights, because it happens on a regular basis where things change. Am I not allowed to? There it is, Scandinavian. Where things change in the schedule, where either an airplane gets breaks and a flight gets canceled, and all of a sudden now you've got 150 people. Instead of, you can either schedule a replacement flight, or you can send a larger airplane on the next flight to go and pick up the plane load of people. So it's definitely conceivable that they would operate 350s from time to time to some of these airports, and even maybe some large destinations. If it's vacation time and you're going down to some of these places like I can't think what the stupid islands are called, but Tenerife, Canary Islands, that's what they're called. Canary Islands, or even some of the the places along the Mediterranean, things like that might be like touristy destinations. You could probably fill a 350 a couple times a week, maybe not every single time, but you could definitely put a few flights in there. So I'd be curious to see what kind of flights we can come up with, and I probably will sub in the 350. It'll probably end up being mostly just 37 stuff or 320 stuff. I'll probably end up subbing in the 350. They only have 5 of them anyways. Wow, they only had 5. I didn't realize I had so few. They got 8 330s, so what are they doing for long haul? They got 8 330s and 5 350s, and that's it. They got a bunch of Airbuses, so they really are a continental airline. They do some overseas stuff, but these routes are covered by a fleet of only 13 airplanes, these long haul routes. That's really not that many long haul routes anyways. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's just quite a few here, but 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. If you don't count Reykjavik, there's about 16 long-haul routes. That's actually not that many. They go to, let's see here, looks like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Miami, Atlanta, Chicago, Toronto, Washington, New York, and Boston, as well as Bangkok, Seoul, and Tokyo. We're not going to do any of that long hauling stuff. Just not going to do it. We're not going to do 8 hours. No more 8-hour streams. I'm done with 8-hour streams. There's the waypoint.
Resume on the navigation speed, runway 04, clear for land, F-sky 64.
Runway 06, clear to land.
I'm sorry, 06, clear to land, sorry, F-sky 64.
Ryanair 5, Victor uniform, proceed direct SVOP, descend to flight level 100. direct Inop, descent flight level 100, Ryanair 5 Victor Romeo.
Praha Radar, hello, Scandinavian 4714, flight level 360.
Victor Uniform.
Scandinavian 4714 Praha, good afternoon, identified, proceed direct Hotel Delta Oscar.
Direct Hotel Delta Oscar, thank you, Scandinavian 4714. Direct Hotel Delta Oscar, we'll throw in the beams. I haven't done any fuel checks on this flight. Really not focused on that. Really focused on chatting here for some reason. Alright, so there is nav. We are direct to Hotel Delta Oscar. There we go. Cut a little bit of a dog leg out of our flight plan there. Nicely done. Try not to talk as much right now because we want to make sure we listen to the ATC as well. So Praha Radar, I don't even know who's in Praha Radar. So we're over... Is it part of Austria? No, we're actually north of Austria, so is this, it's Czechia. That's it, it's Czechia.
Have a nice weekend, goodbye.
He's got quite a few airplanes in his airspace, and then we'll be over Germany soon enough. Still looking ahead, still no ATC for destination yet. That's okay. What else can we talk about? We can go back into my pilot's life and just talk a little bit more about it here. So, anyways, we'll definitely have to set up a new season of Scandinavian. I'm enjoying Scandinavian because it does have the multiple hubs, and I'm just really enjoying that. They take any other airline in Europe, pretty much, like Austrian here, who's offering me a job, one hub. 50% of my flights are going to be in and out of the same airport. It's going to be Vienna for Austria, obviously, but yeah, you can see there is Innsbruck's got a couple flights that go to other places, and Klagenfurt has a couple of flights that go to other places, but 99% of your flights, pretty much the way the season is going to work, is going to be out and back, 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 out and back. And half the time you're going to be landing in Vienna, you're going to get very tired of seeing Vienna all the time. That's what I like about Scandi. 3 hubs, so we don't see the same hub every single time. We have seen them repeatedly. We have seen, this is probably, I think, our third, this is either, I think this is our 3rd time landing in Oslo. It might be our 2nd time landing in Oslo. But even that, see, already across 10 legs, we've kind of split it up a little bit, so. Who else? JetBlue wants me back. JetBlue wants me back. Oh, JetBlue, I enjoyed flying for you, but that's enough for now. Your flying got very, very repetitive, I found. It felt like we were doing the same stuff over and over again at JetBlue. Korean. Korean's got a very extensive long-haul network and a good Southeast Asian network as well. But, yeah, again, there is a little bit of roundness here where you go to a few different destinations, especially if you're kind of in the short haul region, but still some of the outer cities in Korea. But yeah, definitely when we're doing the long haul anyways. Lufthansa, 95% in and out of Frankfurt. It does have a secondary hub in, I believe, Munich. This is Munich, is it not? This is Munich, yeah. At least Lufthansa has 2 hubs, so you get a lot of Frankfurt, a lot of Munich. The advantage of that being there's always a lot of ATC, Munich and Frankfurt, but yeah, just not my thing right now. I don't even know what Ciderall is. Brazilian. Well, that's a very limited route network. Not gonna be me. No. Much as I kind of object to Ryanair on principle, like I don't like their operation. I don't like the way they treat their passengers. As an airline to fly for on a pilot's life, a very intriguing prospect because very much a point-to-point airline. How many number of routes? 5,387 routes. Like, you name it. You name a city pair in Europe, and Ryanair probably flies directly between them. One thing about Ryanair is that if I did go forward for Ryanair, no guarantee that I will, but you would definitely have you would not suffer the out and back phenomenon. And that would be huge to me. It's just like the number of threads here connecting various airports, it's insane. It's just insane. Pick any airport. Let's just for the sake of interest. There's so many flights that have to screen just to even get this far. There we go. This is everything you would do from Rome. Yeah, this is good. 24, maybe more destinations from Rome, and then you end up somewhere else, and it would do something completely different.
Sky 864 requesting taxi, please.
All right, not too many from Gardermoen, but let's say you ended up in EGCC, and all of a sudden you're at Manchester, and you've got, again, it's like 3 dozen different destinations. So Ryanair, and by the same token, EasyJet. As much as they are kind of like step downs from where I am right now, in terms of like pay and everything else, the status of the airline, I think that EasyJet, not quite as much as Ryanair. But it's a lot of in and out of England. But even then, many different airports in England where you're in and out of constantly. So whether you're Bristol, London, Leeds, Manchester, Glasgow, or even Belfast, Edinburgh, Glasgow, you definitely, even EasyJet, you would not fall for the out and back mentality. You would see a lot of different airports. So as much as I don't think it would be an advancement in my pilot's life career, I'm very much willing to consider working for EasyJet to make it for an interesting stream where, again, visiting lots of different airports in Europe constantly. And there's not too many other airlines I can think of like that, like the various EasyJet, EasyJet Europe probably would be even more interesting, I think. Yeah, hubs in Amsterdam, Barcelona, Madrid, Lisbon, even Nice is considered a hub. For visiting Western Europe, that could also be a very interesting. EasyJet Europe. It's a bit of a smaller operator, still 1,140 routes as opposed to what's EasyJet mainline. EasyJet mainline's 1,375 routes. So yeah, you're in the same basic ballpark. That's the interesting thing about this, is that EasyJet is split into 3 different companies, and each one's a little bit different. And kind of the routes are kind of split a little bit between the various companies. So I'm not 100% sold on it, but I'm thinking that when I'm done with Scandinavian, EasyJet, maybe EasyJet Europe might be kind of the way to go to really kind of, again, keep the stream interesting. That's really my goal, is keep the stream interesting. Yeah, because I don't want to go to the same places over and over again. Beyond that, what else can we say here? Not a whole lot else is going on in my pilot's life. Let's see here. Show me dashboard. I think I have a few messages I should answer. 5 unread my inbox. Saturday event poll. Income credited. Event. And Navigraph Flight Sim Community Survey. Closes on the 9th of March. 3 more days. So watch it. So if you're going to go do it now while I'm on stream here. Don't wait. Because by the time this comes out on YouTube, this survey will have closed, unfortunately. Back to the community page, and I think that's all we're going to really look at today. But yeah, we are on our last leg. Some of these people, the amount of money they have here. Fly non-stop. Airline leaderboards. How am I doing in my airline? I'm probably doing pretty poor even in my airline. Don't do that much. Pilot number 1,196. Really? There's that many pilots working here? Jeez. That's a big airline. I didn't realize there were that many pilots. There's 2,191 pilots working at Scandinavian. 2,000 pilots working at Scandinavian alone in a pilot's life. That's crazy to me.
Thank you for flying. Have a nice weekend. Bye-bye.
And I'm about halfway up the list with my experience points. I have amassed 811 experience points in this airline. I'm halfway up the list. Top guy has got 668,000 experience points here. So, but look at how many people are also not active. I wonder what the definition of active is. How recently do you have to have flown a flight to be considered active? But even so, I had no idea there were that many people working for this airline. That blows me away. 20,000. 20,000 pilots, and 2,000 of them work for Scandinavian. 10%. That can't be right. That can't be right. Okay, let's go back to this. Alright, let's find Scandinavian again and see what the list is here. That makes it one of the bigger airlines here. No. Okay, so 182 active. 182 active pilots. So I wonder if this list. Oh, not this list. Yeah, leaderboard. So I wonder if this list includes anyone who's ever flown for Scandinavian. I feel like that's probably what active means. Active probably means anyone who's ever flown for Scandinavian is included on this leaderboard. But if you were to only do active pilots, then there'd only be 180 of them. That's my guess as to what that stat means, because 2,000 people, that means 10% of people who are registered in Pilot's Life have flown in this airline at some point. That seems realistic. People could bounce around. Top guy has flown 490 flights, second guy has flown 547, yeah. None of whom are active anymore. Oh, hold on. Oh, I just sorted it, didn't I? I didn't realize it sorted. See, no. There's only 180 pilots at the bottom of this list here that are active. So the highest active guy has 68,939. I think that was the top guy. And 850 flights at the airline, and he's still flying. Out of the active people, where do I fit? Out of the active people, where am I here? Here I am. Captain Navs, 2113. Out of 2191 to 2027. Yeah, I'm still about halfway up the active list as well. Yeah, anyways. Interesting to kind of look over that stuff and see where we are. But yeah, we'll definitely have to think about what we want to do next, generate our next schedule, take some time for it. But it's still interesting. It's still intriguing to kind of fly these different flights and try and get from place to place and cover the distance in Europe. It'll be, I find that these Scandinavian flights, they've been a little bit on the longer side, some of them. I think I'd like to try and do a little bit shorter flights again on the next leg. And I mean, 1,000 miles is kind of my maximum. So that's about 3 hours of streaming, and that's about the most I think we can all... I think that's the most you guys can put up with of me at one time. It's the most I can kind of sit here and stare at the screen and stream and talk and find things to talk about for this period of time, because I'm finding myself struggling a little bit to find topics sometimes. I usually come in hot with one or two good topics, and then I don't know where to take it from there. But it's funny to think back to. The other thing that sort of led me down this road a long time ago was listening to podcasts. Now, one of my favorite podcasts, it is my favorite podcast. My favorite podcast by far is Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend, which is, I've always been a fan of his humor, but it really early on gave me a lot of inspiration. And how you can set up a podcast, you can set up a broadcast, and not necessarily have a whole lot of focus on what you want to say, where you can kind of have it be very open-ended, very freewheeling, where you're just sort of going from you're just sort of going from topic to topic. Maybe you have ideas, things sketched on a piece of paper, but you don't necessarily have a firm thing you want to say about it. You're very much making it up in the moment, and it can still be very good broadcast. And I've always enjoyed his material, but I find that I think that he has really hit.
You are outside of us. You will not enter it. You are on Wien's airspace. There are München and there.
What I'm trying to say here, yeah, I think he really hit his stride in podcasting. As much as he was a great late night host, and he was very good at that, at putting out a lot of comedy and really always be enthusiastic. He is that kind of person. He's a bit of a workaholic. He always wants to have something to do and is ready to put in time and effort to make sure stuff gets done. The ability to just riff on the spot, mostly primarily unscripted. Maybe, like I said, have a few notes of things to talk about, but mostly just start having a conversation with people and see where the conversation takes you, not necessarily steer it in specific directions, but just see where the conversation takes you. I admired that about the podcasting, and that was what really kind of inspired me to start the broadcast and say, hey, I think I could do this. I think we can take a similar tack where we have ideas, some things to talk about, but there's not necessarily a script of any kind ahead of time. And because to me, it struck me as this is exactly the kind of thing that you can do in the front of an airplane when you are killing time between broadcasts, between controllers. Like, yes, the first hour or so there's a lot of work, there's a lot of focus, there's not a lot of discussion, but then you get up and cruise and you've got some time to kill on your way going to explore these different places. There's a lot of time to have a conversation, and that conversational style of podcast very much got me into this idea of let's do this. Let's broadcast from the flight deck, and let's spend our cruise phase doing what we do in the cruise phase, talk about all sorts of things. Obviously, there's a flight simulation bent to a lot of the things I talk about. Sometimes I talk about world events. I try to avoid them a little bit because it's the outside world can be A, frustrating, but B, I also enjoy some escapism here, and this is, I think, part of what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to provide some escapism. I'm kind of pausing here because I'm trying to listen to this ATC because at HDO here we're about to leave Praha's airspace again. So I'm waiting for him to call me. Any second now, he's going to call me. I'm anticipating this call here. Any second now. Right now. No, maybe not. He's got other things going on, much more important things than turfing somebody to Unicom, obviously, but I'm expecting it to happen at some point here. Oh. Gardermoen Tower logged on 1 minute ago. Will he be there in an hour and a half? That's a different question. That's a very different question. But we do have Gardermoen Tower. It just came online. I'm going to watch him. I'm assuming he's going to post an ATIS because I will try to grab his ATIS. Even if he goes offline, at least we'll have had an ATIS to look at. All right, there goes HDO. That looks like the northern boundary of Praha radar. Just waiting for him to notice that we have left his airspace. Now. Or now. 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 Or not. Whatever, fine. I'm not going to take it personally. But I don't want to really get into a rant because he's going to call me at some point, and I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss the call. Ay. You know it's coming. Or he's just forgotten me altogether. I should be tagged up, though, for him, so. Suddenly got very quiet on frequency here. Did he log off? He's still there, according to my map. There it is. Scandinavian 4714, over to the advisory. Thank you for the service. Enjoy your weekend as well.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Back to the Unicom now. Right now we got nobody until we got Gardermoen Tower. Just logged on. Waiting to see if they get some hiatus up there. So we'll see what happens. They got a few departures, a few arrivals. It's definitely not too bad, and it is getting into the evening hours in Europe right now. What time is it now? Now it's 1800 probably in Gardermoen. So yeah, you're kind of in a peak VATSIMing time right now. And this is the thing about flying in Europe, doing these daytime North American streams in Europe, is that I'm getting a lot more ATC now than I ever got in North America. It's not complete, it's not total, but I'm much more consistently getting departures and arrivals with ATC than not, which is great. I have got a few good times in North America, and I've caught quite a few, but I'm enjoying this flying back and forth in Europe, and it's funny to think that, like, before I started this season, like, I was intimidated by this. I'm like, do I want to show off how little I know about flying in Europe online, on stream, live in front of a world audience? I mean, you know, it's not that many people of you. There's not that many of you watching, but it is a worldwide audience, and yeah, it made me nervous. I've kind of kicked back now. I'm like, this is not too bad. Same basic ideas, QNH, meters. It's all more or less the same. Perhaps a little bit more stringent, a little bit more by the book in terms of phraseology, in terms of procedures. That's okay. I don't mind being by the book. And if I do make a mistake, I hope people will point it out to me in a constructive way, not in a brutal way, but just, hey, help me improve. I would like to make sure when I fly to Europe, I know what I'm doing. I want to be one of those good people, and I try to be that controller. I try to be that helpful controller. I'll be the first to admit that I don't always succeed. I try to be that helpful controller. Sometimes what am I trying to say? Sometimes I fail at it. Sometimes I get angry. Not even angry. Angry's too strong of a word, but I do get frustrated when I see people make mistakes, when I see the same mistakes being made over and over again. Hopefully not by the same person, but you see the same pitfalls people fall into. Deleting the discons. Don't delete a discon until you figured out why the discon is there. There's probably a reason why the discon is there. Maybe it should be deleted, maybe it shouldn't, but it's not an automatic delete every discon you see. Make sure your flight plan matches what's on the chart. That is probably, if I had to give the biggest piece of advice that I could to VATSIM pilots, once you learn how to fly your airplane, is make sure that what you have programmed actually matches what's on the chart and understand what's on the chart. In Europe, it's usually, especially in Europe, most of the SIDs are RNAV SIDs, and they've got all the waypoints, and if it's programmed in from liftoff to destination, all your waypoints are programmed in. There's often not a vector leg. Let's see what we've got for a Lunap arrival here in Gardermoen. This one, it doesn't really have a vector leg, but it does have a hold at the end here. But it's important to read. The clearance limit is Titla holding. Merging point is Titla. So you have to read what it says and work with what it says. Assume that ATC is going to be online until you find out they're not. So keep all the waypoints in there until you find out they're not. Take the shortcuts once you know for sure they're not online, but program like they're going to show up at any time. Don't take out the discons until the last possible moment, because you never know when the ATC is going to show up. And this is something that's important that we are... In North America, it's very common. We have a lot of open stars. Europe, most of the stars are a lot of stars are closed, or they end to a holding point. They don't end up with a vector leg. But North America, very, very common to have stars that end with a vector leg. I'm not sure if any of them here are going to do this or not. Most of these end with a hold. This is Rome anyways, but yeah. In Europe, most things will end with a hold, or they'll just be closed directly into an approach. In North America, open stars are very common. You have to know what to do with an open star, and the key is that, especially if there's no OTC online, yes, you're going to probably close it up, but don't close it up early, because what if that ATC comes online? You've now programmed something that you're not cleared for, and ATC is going to kind of expect you to continue to fly the cleared star until they tell you something else. So even in the real world, we're told not to close up these stars, even when we think we're going to. So let's do this. Let's check and go. Yeah. I'm just going to pick an airport that I've been to recently. But you take your Elks arrival, and it's got let's even say 1-2, you've got this vector leg, and then you also have this transition from BMEG to the approach. If I pull up the ILS, you'll see the ILS from 1-2's got this BMEG transition here. Chances are ATC is going to want you to fly this, but this open star gives ATC the room they need to build spacing if all the aircraft are going to come together at the same point. If there's someone coming from the other side at the same time you are, you may have to follow this route. So, yeah, what they teach us is that you do not put this this transition in here, the BMIG transition to 12, until you're cleared for it. You leave the open star. You just have a vectors to final approach. Only when you're cleared for this do you then put it in. You never assume you're going to get this because you don't know for sure that you're going to get it. You hope for it. It'd be great. It'd be the most efficient way to do it. But you don't know it for a certainty that you're going to get it. So don't put it in there until you're 100% certain that you're going to need it. So usually like 1 or 2 fixes back. And it is a bit of an issue sometimes. ATC, there's only 7 miles from AppKit to BMEG, so you kind of want to know before you even get to AppKit that you're going to be cleared, because this will take probably about 30 seconds to do this. It's not really hard, but it takes about 30 seconds to probably reprogram this. So you need to have a little bit of room ahead of time. They can't wait until you're 2 miles from BMEG and they'll be like, yeah, via BMEG you're cleared for the approach. It's like, no. I'm going to request vectors to final at that point, because chances are I'm not going to get that thing in there in time. It's probably going to start the turn to NOX-7 and sequence past BMEG before I ever get it in there. But ATC knows that. They won't. They shouldn't. They won't be giving you the clearance 2 miles before. It'll be 5, 7, 8, 10 miles before at least, if not more. Make sure you have time to do that reprogramming. So leave that reprogramming till the last possible second. Don't assume and program and close a star that's an open star until you're sure you're going to make it. It's a recurring theme. People fly something different than what's published on the chart. All right, I believe we're now over Germany. I hate these people. We are now flying over to Germany. I see another airport down there. But another case, too, for not upgrading necessarily to FS 2024 right away is that they're still pushing updates to 2020, the latest one. And this came out just a little while ago, and I did not... I don't think I've even installed this one yet. I think it just came out a little while ago. City Update 13 California. And this is both 2020 and 2024, but... yeah, there's one of the images on Threshold X, but yeah, the Griffith Observatory. Look at the detail put together. That I kind of look forward to doing this, to flying around LA a little bit. It's funny. I just did an LA turn in the sim. I think 2 weeks ago. I flew out there and then I looked at it. It's like middle of the afternoon. I'm like, you know what? I could do the flight back, and I turned around and I flew all the way back again. But yeah, featuring especially Los Angeles, San Francisco, I think Santa Barbara, I think was also featured on there. They don't have much detail here. But yeah, definitely some places that I think I'd like to go back and revisit again and explore in higher detail, because some of when they do these updated cities, like, again, they're not perfect, but boy, they do add some really nice models. Look at the bridge here, the model of this bridge here. Bridges are one that the simulator has a lot of trouble with, and I find challenging sometimes. So much of the scenery, whenever there's road meets water always needs to get the priority. And even if the water elevation is below the road elevation, the water will come up over the road and then back down the other side, and it won't be a bridge, and there'll be cars driving across this water. I feel like that's one thing where they need to definitely improve in 2020 in the base satellite scenery, is creating bridge objects where roads meet water, especially any substantial water. I'm not saying every last little stream, but when you've got a substantial waterway, a river or a canal, you see this a lot. Like I did a flight in the sim to Miami, and Miami's got a lot of waterways, both on the coast, but then also inland where the city meets the Everglades. There's canals on that side too, and almost everywhere you look, the canal goes over the road. So I think that's somewhere where, like, the procedural processing of the satellite imagery, I think, could bear some improvement still, is making sure that bridges are created wherever a road crosses. It doesn't have to be a complicated bridge, but just at least have the continuity of the concrete color across the water, not the water crossing across the bridge, the blue crossing across the bridge. It just, it can just blow the reality pretty quickly that way. Okay, how are we doing here? We are 1 hour and 20 minutes to landing now. Okay, we're doing pretty good. We're more than halfway there. We passed our equal time point already, so that's good. Did Gardner Moen Tower put up an ATIS? Yes, he did, finally. Okay, so just in case he leaves anytime soon, he, she, they leave anytime soon, let's get an ATIS right now. We can always get another ATIS, but let's definitely get one to look at. Hopefully they will be there for our arrival. That'd be great. I'd love to have an arrival controller vectors on the final too, but ENGM arrival. And then we've got a couple of messages here. So SAS Ops, we do not require delay code. We left on time. Oslo Gardner Moen arrival, Whiskey 1620. ILS or RNP approach to 19 right. 19 right is condition code 666. Excellent. Try. Transition levels 8,000 today. 010 degrees of 4 knots. A little bit of a tailwind on 19. Visibility 8 kilometers. Scattered at 30,000 feet. No significant weather. Temperature 1 dew point 0. Ooh, cold. It's not terrible, but it's cold. And 1022, so I'm just going to put that in there on my FCU. Okay, so it will be 19 right. We'll just do the, I think we'll probably do the ILS. Let's have a look and see if the RNP is any better. Okay, so let's go back to not this one, but this one here. So ENGM 19 right. So there's a couple of RN. Nope, that's 19 left. RNPs. These all come from Titla and kind of join final directly. So those really, just looking at it, it's not really going to save any additional time over it's not going to save any additional time doing an RNP over the ILS because they both basically they both come to ODD, and yeah, I don't think neither's going to be advantageous, so that's fine. So there's a Titla transition, so that'll actually be super easy. So we'll probably, when we get to close to Titla, we'll probably delete the hold. But the other thing too is if you look at the arrival procedure here for the Ludum 4 mic, it looks like it is basically almost like a DME arc procedure, or it used to be a DME arc procedure that kind of goes around before it suddenly makes a 9-degree turn and goes. And it strikes me as this is the ATC spacing right here, is these waypoints. So pretty much I'm kind of anticipating once we get to 422, if there's no traffic ahead, we're probably going to go direct to Titla, and then from Titla direct into the ILS. If there's no traffic ahead, and this is where, if there is traffic ahead, you can continue to fly a couple of extra waypoints, whatever you need to space yourself behind the traffic, and I'm pretty sure that's what ATC would be doing. So we'll keep an eye out for that, but assuming no arrival controller comes online, that's my plan. I'm going to leave this all programmed in, but then once we get to approaching GM422, if there's no arrival controller still, I'll probably give us a direct. Cut some time off this flight here and get us on the ground a little bit quicker. The other thing we'll need is some gating information here. Oh yes, okay, so 19 right, I remember now being in, maybe we only came here once in Oslo. Okay, so, airport parking stands, that's what I like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look up and see if there is a assigned arrival gate. So in Europe you often get assigned the gate, but just in case we don't, I want to have a gate ready. So I'm going to go ahead and search for prior flights that came from Rome and went to Oslo. That way we can probably get one that has the appropriate customs clearance, although I imagine, I don't think you need customs clearance because I think both Italy and Norway are part of the Schengen region, so I don't think you'd actually need customs clearance. don't think. Okay, let's try this again here. All right, LIRF-ENGM. Search. Okay. Not a lot of direct flights. Doesn't look like Scandy's doing direct flights this time of year. Only Norwegian. So let's just see if we can find Echo 15. Let's do gate Echo 15. I'm assuming that's this guy over here in behind. So let's assign ourselves that gate right now until we find something different. Yeah, gate 15. It actually works out really well for landing on 19 right. That could be a really quick taxi in. Alright, so we've got that. We'll get our Scandinavian stuff set up, and I think that's looking pretty good. So we got that done, we got that done. We probably should start setting up here. One thing I'll do is I'll put in a 1 hour or 30-minute time check, so it's not even showing up on there. Yeah, just a little bit just off screen here. So it's right after Sabak. Sabak at 14:39, and I just put 14:46 as the time point check. So just a little bit past there. So in about 300 miles, we're going to be starting our descent. We're going to be starting our descent and doing our 30-minute time check. So we are kind of coming up to the northern edge of Germany here. You can see the North Sea. It's not the North Sea. What is it? It's the Baltic Sea, right? It's coming into view here. And we're going to go right over Copenhagen pretty much. You can see right there. We're going to go right over Copenhagen. But yeah, we still got another 300 miles to go. Or 300 miles to go. We still got another 488 miles to go. 300 miles pretty much till we start our descent. Hi. Anything else to talk about? Alright, as much as I enjoy using the sim too to get from place to place, I love this as a world map system as well. Last year when I went on vacation, I explored the places we were going to go a little bit using Microsoft Flight Simulator. I booted up airplanes and I kind of flew over the cities a little bit, get a little bit of a lay of the land, a little bit of a feel for it. And I know it's not 100% accurate or realistic or anything, but it does give you kind of a general sense of what places are like, where the built-up areas are. It's very different being on ground level. It certainly is. But it was certainly interesting to kind of, like I said, give you like an overview. And we're kind of starting to plan our vacation for this summer. And same thing, I'm probably planning on maybe next week if I have a chance, or even this weekend if I have a chance, booting up my simulator and checking out some of the areas around this vacation. Just to kind of get a sense of where they are relative to each other. Just explore the lay of the land a little bit rather than just sort of look at a map. Actually take like a little bit of a three-dimensional low and slow flight and actually check out some of these places. And I've done it in the past and I probably will do it again. It's an interesting way to kind of see the world and get a bit of a sneak preview on the world, on things you've been looking for or places you're looking at going in the future. So I'm definitely going to continue with that trend. I definitely plan on having a little look around here. it's not we're not quite there yet, but we're in the early phases of planning our vacation, planning our flights, planning our hotel stays, trying to find out what kind of activities we want to do. It's not going to be a particularly long vacation, but it's always good to get away, get out of your comfort zone, especially with my kids getting up there in age to the point where they might be leaving my house soon. And when I say soon, it's still quite a few years away, but it's like they're going to be adults. They're going to be adults before too long, and I definitely need to get them out there and see a little bit more of the world than I've taken them to see so far. And I think it's so easy, kind of calling back to what we were talking about earlier, but it's so easy nowadays to lead a sheltered life and not go out and experience this world. You can definitely get by leading a very small, bubbled existence, where everything you live online, and you live a very small life, and it's very possible to kind of fall into that trap. It's interesting. We've been watching. I finally started watching Severance. I don't know if any of you guys have watched this before, but it's on Apple TV. But it's a really neat concept, and it really does kind of get you thinking about like what kind of bubbles you lead your life in, and you know, are you willing to segregate these parts of your life and completely isolate yourself from different aspects of the world? It's almost a bit like an extended Black Mirror episode in a way. We got crossing traffic that is climbing here, so I'm going to go ahead and just sort of put my hands on the controls here for the TCAS alert we're about to get. Unless this person levels off at 35. I'll look out there and see if I can spot them. But we might be about to get a TCAS alert here. Oh, are they going to level off? It looks like they might have leveled off. Oh, good stuff. Somebody is paying attention. Yeah, they leveled off. Okay, good. Oh, there they are. Oh, yeah. That's awfully close. If they'd have kept climbing, we would have gotten a TCAS alert for that one. Looks like a Norwegian air shuttle by the looks of it. Yeah, really neat show we started watching. My wife and I started watching this a couple weeks ago now. We've been watching it just a little bit at a time. We're almost finished the first season. I don't think there's 2 seasons so far. I don't know if they're coming back for 3rd or not. But the whole premise of Severance is that Severance basically is the idea is that the company you work for, it's a bit of an out there idea, but it raises some interesting ethical questions, regardless of whether or not you think it could happen. It certainly raises some interesting ethical questions. But the company you work for basically is voluntary, but you can volunteer to get a chip implanted in your brain. And what this does is that when you come to work and you go to the actual office, when you go to the floor that you actually work on, this chip severs to the 2 halves of your brain, the work memories and the external memories. So when you get in the elevator and go down to the floor where you work, the chip is activated and you don't remember anything about your life outside of work. You only know your work life. And likewise, at the end of the day, when you get in the elevator and go back up to the main floor, you forget anything and everything that happened at work. All of your memories of work are gone, and you switch back into remembering all of your outside life. So completely separate your work life, your work persona from your external persona. Ostensibly, I think done for security reasons, I guess. When my wife doesn't want to believe it. I think she's into the show because she wants to see what happens, but she's like, who would sign up for this? And I'm like, you know what? It's definitely not for everything. For everyone, I definitely would not sign up for it. But there are people out there who would do this. There are people who implant chips in themselves for various reasons. There's people who have implanted payment chips under their skin, so they have their method of payment with them no matter where they go. it's not totally it's not totally unbelievable that some people would do it. I think a little bit of the premise is that certainly the main character has some major emotional trauma in his life that he just wants to forget for a period of time every day. So the idea of going to work and not knowing anything about that external trauma, to him it's a benefit. It's a benefit to get away from his troubles for that 8 hours a day. So I understand that perspective of it. Yeah, I don't think I would do it, but I think it makes for some really interesting discussions. Like, basically you almost create this whole separate identity, this whole separate person. What happens when this person retires? One day they walk out the door and they just simply never come back. And the person, the memories, the half of the memories of that person, they just cease to ever exist. They just winked out of existence just like that because they just simply never get reactivated. They get turned off one day and they never get turned back on again. This person never exists again. It's such a weird kind of like... such a weird kind of some weird ethical areas you get into there. It's like, does the person who lives outside have priority over the person who works inside? Like, now that you sort of created this whole separate consciousness almost with this whole separate set of memories, do they have any entitlement to any right to life beyond the office? Even worse, like, if you're working in a basement level, these people, there's no windows down there or anything. It's a completely windowless basement. These people have literally never seen the sun as far as they ever can remember. Their entire existence has been just in this underground sheltered office. What a weird kind of sad existence, and yet I think it's a little bit of a commentary on the existence we all have these days, where a lot of us are leading such sheltered lives that we never really see the sun, and maybe not physically not see the sun, but like I said, we're all sitting in the back with the shades drawn, focused only on the little things that matter to us instead of seeing the big outside world. So it's a really neat concept for a show. It's quite thrilling, and we're down to like the season finale of season 1, and I'm excited to see where it goes. I'm excited to see what happens. It's a very well told story. It's extremely well produced, very good production values. The cinematography is just fantastic. The set construction and everything, it looks so... the inside world and the outside world are so completely different looking in every way. It's almost hard to believe that these are the same characters, and the actors that play them, you only really see, you're really kind of living the one person's life initially. You don't meet the other people outside of the workplace because they even leave at different times. They have no idea even who they work with in this basement. They enter and leave at different times. So outside of this basement where they work, they have no idea even who their coworkers are. They don't even know their coworkers, who they are by name or anything. They don't have no memory of them outside the workplace. So it's really interesting to see the split in personality between the one person who is kind of like the central character between his inside and his outside person, two very kind of different sides of the same person. But it's extremely well acted too. Like it's very well done. If you ever have a chance to watch it, Severance it's a really good show. I've really enjoyed it. I kept seeing it kind of being recommended, and I saw ads for it for quite a while, and I finally kind of got into it, watched it. I'm like, I'm glad I did. This is one of those really well done shows. I hope they don't. I want it to go on for a while, but at the same time, I hope it's a story that has a good closure to it. I hope it's not one where they kind of leave it hanging, and then they only get like 2 seasons out of the production, and then that's it, and you're left sort of hanging. So many shows these days, they always try to leave you hanging for another season to try and get themselves to get into another season, but at the same time, a lot of streaming services, if they just don't see the numbers, they just never pony up the dough. And now now in the U.S. they're talking about Warner Brothers being bought. Originally it was going to be bought by Netflix. It looks like they've now backed out of the Netflix deal, and now instead it's going to be Paramount that's going to buy them. And I'm kind of... I have mixed emotions about it. I was reading about this, and a lot of people have mixed emotions. Yeah, we didn't... pardon me. A lot of people did not want Warner Brothers... Netflix buying Warner Brothers, because Warner Brothers is one of the few major motion picture studios left. I think there's only like 4 major motion picture studios left through mergers and everything else. They pretty much, all the Hollywood studios have merged into like 4 companies. But But if Netflix took over Warner Brothers, which is one of like the big, one of the big companies that's left, we all kind of know that Netflix's business model is streaming. They would not be making theatrical releases. They've specifically said they just don't like the whole theatrical release model. I like the theatrical release model in a way. I think it's really kind of nice to be able to go and enjoy a movie in a theater and really have like a fully immersive, undistracted experience, because so often you see people streaming stuff and they're kind of playing with their phone while they're half watching a show. And even Netflix has said this, that like Netflix has told productions that sometimes things are too complicated or too subtle, and you need to be much more obvious because our users are usually not paying full attention when they're watching this show or this movie, and they're telling their content creators to make things more obvious, to make things less subtle, because we know our people are not paying attention, they're not paying full attention. We don't want them to miss subtle things and not understand what's going on. So they want everything to be like ridiculously overt, which is a bit sad, because I think there are lots of people who are trying to craft fantastic media, but subtlety is good. Subtlety is nice. Like, you don't have to be hit over the head with every plot point. You can have things that kind of fade in the background. I'm trying to think of what did we watch recently where we were kind of questioning one of the characters and their motivations and everything, and the characters' motivations were not overtly stated at any point. We were kind of left to just sort of wonder and read between the lines and be like, what is this person's motivations? What do they actually really know and think, and what's their real opinion? It's nice to have that. It's nice to have that ability to have discussion and exploration and depth, and believe that there is more depth to characters than necessarily what's presented on screen. But I find that like so much of media has moved into the superliminal means of communication, where we have to hit you over the head with every single plot point. It's like there's something nice about subtlety, about respecting me as a human being, as a thinking human being, that I can read between the lines. I can see a plot point coming. I don't have to be told explicitly this is happening right now. There are sometimes interesting mechanisms like that, but sometimes I just feel like so much of Hollywood media is often very insulting, because it assumes that I can't keep track of more than one thing in my brain at once, that I'm too stupid to figure out a lot of things. Netflix, especially as an owner of a big studio, I definitely don't think that was going to be a plus. I think Netflix does not need to buy these other studios. I think they have enough production capacity on their own, and frankly, having different studios, having a diverse market with multiple competitors is not a bad thing. That's the way the system is set up, and that's the way I think that it only hurts the consumer when market competition is reduced. Of course, now instead, Warner Brothers, now as an alternative, Paramount has stepped up and said, actually, we want to buy Warner Brothers, and that's the current deal that's kind of being pursued. So now instead, you've got the merger of more studios you've got more of these old studios being merged into a lower number of actual studios. But then the author, the article I was pointing out, was like, it's not that anybody has to buy Warner Brothers. Netflix kind of went out and made an unsolicited bid. It's not like Warner Brothers is going bankrupt. They had a number of blockbusters last year that did really well, that they're a profitable organization. They don't need to be bought out. And there's just sort of this artificial creation that it has to be bought out by somebody or other. Some big company has to own this. It's like, we could still have an independent Warner Brothers. They don't need to be merged with anybody else. They're not bleeding cash. They're a profitable enterprise on their own. So maybe it would be better if we just left them alone. Not left them alone, but like let them just continue to develop their own content on their own. They don't need to be purchased and merged and made more efficient with some other operation. And I tend to think that is the path that they should be taking. I don't think they need to merge. I think a lot of these media companies are just, there's too much concentration of power. But then I start to get into my external world, and I don't want to talk about my external world anymore. So instead, because we have a little under 1 hour to go, let's start setting up. for the arrival into Oslo. So we're going to go and get another ATIS here. And based on what we see on this one, we'll start setting up. I think a lot of what we need is already in there. We got the right approach already programmed in there, so we just need to get they're still online. Information X-ray. ILS or RMP 19 right. 666. Transition levels 8,000. 360 at 3. A slight tailwind. Cap OK. Weather temperature 1. Dew point -1. 1022. I think that's what we had. Yep, that's what I set already once, so that's good. Information X-ray on first contact. Sounds like we're talking to aliens first contact. Okay, so let's just double check that we can land on 19 right on a dry runway. I'm going to refresh this one more time. 360 at 3, so it will show the tailwind. I'm just going to go into my MCDU and look really quickly here. ZFW 60.1, we're expected to land with 4.5 tons. That's 64.6, which is actually over max landing weight. So let's go 64.5, depending on which Airbus you're in. 64.5. So what I might do, just to drop my fuel burn down a little more, because I cannot put the speed brakes out. Let's see if we can start the APU up here. Oh, she's cold in there, minus 60 degrees. Just to increase the gas fuel burn. The other thing I could do, there, flaps open, she's starting, she's got some energy. The other thing I could do is I could descend to a lower altitude, which would also increase my fuel burn. So let's go down to 30,000 feet. We'll just go Mach VS minus 1,000, alt blue nav. Might even do minus 1,500. Minus 1,500, that gets us down there a little bit quicker. So we'll try to increase our fuel burn a little bit to make sure we get under 64.5 tons for landing, because especially if I plan on taking those shortcuts, then that would, again, end up with more fuel than I should have. So 64.5 tons, low auto brake, idle no reverse, manual landing, flap full, auto thrust on, that all seems reasonable. And out of a 3,600 meters runway, we're only going to need, even with the fact just 2,500 meters, we got tons of extra runway here. So we can definitely go with low auto brake on this one. All right, so new cruise altitude 30,000, that's good. So that should hopefully increase our fuel burn a little bit on the way there. And yes, that knocked about 200 kilos out of the tank there. No, more than that. 400, no, 200 kilos out of the tank. That's fine. That puts us under the threshold, so that's good. So just increasing our fuel burn a little bit by flying a little bit lower. Hello, Copenhagen. Goodbye, Copenhagen. All right. Yeah, so let's pull up the charts. Let's make sure everything is in there properly. It's got to be in there. Okay, so Luna for Mike. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this view here, we're going to put it in plan mode, and then we're going to put on constraints, and so we're going to go to Lunip. So fast forward through here to Lunip. So what I could do here is I could also do this so you guys can see both. All right, so we're looking for Lunip, max 250 knots. Didax, max 250 knots. GM447, max 250 knots, below 12,000. GM426 at 9,000 at 250 knots. GM422, 220. And as you see here, so this is kind of where we're now sort of circling around. So from GM422, we can definitely cut the corner if there's no traffic. 423, 220 knots. 424, 220 knots. 425, 220 knots. 453, 9,000, 220 knots. And then over to Titla, 5,220, where we do have a hold. I haven't programmed the hold. I'm probably not going to anticipate a hold at this point with no ATC, but we'll be ready to program it in. We'll have this chart ready to go. We could program it in about 60 seconds if we need it. Field service shall be available. Loss of RNAV capability request vectoring. Vectoring may be used for sequencing. Descent is cleared by ATC. Clearance limit is Titla. Merging point is Titla. And follow cleared or expected start till IAF. Then start the approach to the assigned runway. That's for lost comms. So from there, we do have the approach. I didn't mark it. Why did I not mark it here? So let's go approach. We're just going to make it as easy and do the ILS to 19 right. ILS or loc 19 right, 11-4. All right, so TITLA mandatory 5,000 and 220 knots, and then we go to directly from there to a duty above 4,000, max 200 knots. I can see that. Zinlow, 3,500 feet. That's where you intercept the glide slope. And it looks like the last fix before touchdown. Yeah, and then it's just all the way in. You got a couple of DME markings, and that's it off the ILS DME, so that's fine. Min 160 knots until 4 DME. DME is required. RNAV transition. So minimum 160 knots till we get to 4 DME. Alt star. There's our 300 level off. So that'll have increased our fuel burn a little bit. Copies on the left. Hiles 2. Alt cruise. There we go. Easy, girl. Why did we go shooting through it? Shot through it 40, 60 feet there. Straight minimum approach climb gradient minimum 3.1, and that was on the next page here. So the 3.1%. It's not an unreasonable climb gradient, anyways. And then we land. Land here, so it could be in a left turn, probably be around Alpha 4, Alpha 5. It's probably reasonable to expect we'll get off there, and that works out very well to go in really quickly. Kilo 1 over to Echo, what do we say, 15, 14 in the corner here? And it was Echo 15, stand 15. Alright, so that's pretty good. Alright, so I think that's all programmed in. The only thing I need to do is also check here on the MCDU and make sure the RadNav is all correct. So we've got GSW, 111.3 and 191 the inbound course. A little magnetic variation, that's fine. Prog page is good, and then performance, so for descent, I'm going to put a pretty low speed on here for descent because we will not have speed brakes available. So we need to make sure that we are we can go faster without needing the speed brakes, but we need a pretty reasonable speed that we can plan our descent planning. So this will make a bit of a flatter descent at lower speed because we will not have speed brakes available to us because of the MEL. All right, and then I'm going to get rid of you. Let's see here. QNH is 1022. Temperature is 1 degree. Brr, makes me shiver just saying it. And winds 360 at 3. So the ground speed mini will do its thing. The one thing I need on here as well is the minimums. So 876 look like the minimums. And then for the mist, it's 192 to 2.5 DME, then right turn 223 climb to 5,000, expect vectoring. So 5,000 is the top for the go around. So we'll put in 5,000 for the acceleration altitude and for the go around. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing because I hit it with the Navigraph, but acceleration and engine at acceleration were set to 5,000. Secondary, I'm going to just recopy it. They don't have another arrival runway indicator right now, so I'm just going to leave the secondary as a straight copy of the primary right now. And there we go. We are on our way inbound. You kind of see the coast starts to turn there. We got about 45 minutes to go. Not doing too bad here with the tower still online. Yeah, I think we just about set up everything we need. The only thing I haven't looked at really again is the NOTAMs for the arrival here. So if we scroll down to the NOTAMs pages here somewhere, and just have a quick look and see if there's any major NOTAMs for our arrival. Gardermoen, ILS 1 left, downgrade to Cat 1. That's it. Wow, that's easy. And our destination alternate Orland has got nothing much. Really very little. Good, 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 good. Not that it's actually not looking too bad out here, even though the temperature's only 1 degree. It looks like all this. There's no snow here in Norway right now. Is that Norway or is that Sweden? I think it's actually Sweden beside us, I think. Or is it? I do not actually know where the boundary is. I do not know my geography very well, I'm sorry. I do not know good geography. Wow. I just have to go and do this. I just have to go look it up on the maps. Because I do not know if the... I can see a couple different provinces, and I don't know which province is part of Sweden and which province is part of Norway. So... let's see here. Yeah, no, this is all Sweden here. Norway starts very close to to the top of this area here. Okay, so this is all Sweden still here on the east side. All right, so we're burning gas. In the APU, we're burning gas a little faster, 4.3. That now keeps us at 64.2 for landing, so that's very reasonable. Going full bore as well has also helped by burning a little bit of extra gas. So I wasn't looking at the landing weights. I should be looking at the landing weights, but I was not looking at the landing weights. All right, well, I guess we can do this then. Are you ready for the approach briefing? Am I... I think my FS2 crew dropped out sometime. Yeah, it did. I didn't even notice when. She was with me all through the takeoff. Are you ready for the approach briefing?
Go ahead.
All right, so before I give it, we're just going to check everything here. So right now the weather's looking good. They were saying chance of some low vis, but it's not looking like it right now. Approach types ILS. Threats, terrain, sure, why not? Auto land, no. Final sector, yes. Yes, we need the EFIS LS button. Minimum descent altitude, what did I say? I've totally forgotten here. I'm just looking it up really quickly here. 876. 876, transition level 7,000. And I feel like the transition level was in the 8s, was it not? Transition level 8,000, so we're going to transition at 8,000, which actually I should make sure that that's in there. I'm looking at the arrival page, the approach page, and I'm putting transition level 8,000 in there as well. All right, airport elevations at 600 and something feet here. Oops, no, don't do that. Trying to find my charts here. Airport elevation is 682. 680. So 682. All right, so that's good. Okay, so all that is now in there. All right, so what are we doing today? Technical status of the aircraft. So we do have the Sec 1 fault still, which means that spoilers 4 and 5 or 3 and 4, excuse me, are still not operative. So as a result, we will have a longer landing distance. That being said, we have a huge margin. We've got a margin of over 1,000 meters, so I don't think the 2 Inop spoilers are really increasing our landing distance that much on a drive runway. So I think we're fine on that respect. We would actually put it in if we could. And the other thing, of course, as we mentioned multiple times, is no speed brakes at all. Speed brakes are not available, so we have to make sure we plan our descent early enough, and if we need to go down, we need either flaps or gear to go down. We're not going to be able to use speed brakes. There's our top of descent just before our Lunip, so that's good. Yeah, in terms of NOTAMs about the airport itself is clean. No NOTAMs really, and dry runway, so that's looking good. So, the procedure today is the Lunip for Mike arrival for the 19s, 19 left, 19 right, RNAV arrival. All the notes are understood, max 250 unless otherwise instructed. Routing constraints all as published, ending at Titla, and we're expecting to self-vector for a shortcut to Titla at some point. At Titla, we're expecting to transition to an ILS to runway 19 right. Currently not programmed in, but we do have a possible transition through Titla, which we will program in if no ATC comes online. For plate 11-4, Loc GSW 111.3 and final approach course 192. The glide slope at Zinlo 3,500 feet and the ILSDA of 876 feet. And you can see Barrow 876 down there. Missed approach is as published or as advised by ATC and a top altitude of 5,000. MSA, the highest one is 3,900 to the northwest. It's a standard 3-degree glide slope. Pappy's on the left. Heil's 2 lighting system and minimum RVR 550 meters. So right now it's looking pretty VMC. There were some chances, some lower visibility, some lower ceilings, but looks like it's not materializing. Landing again, 19 right. It'll be convenient left turn off the runway, probably Alpha 5 or Alpha 4. And either of those two is going to lead to a fairly short taxi into gate 15, unless the ATC assigns us something different. That's our plan, is to go to gate 15. Let's see here. So the approach configuration is going to be a managed approach to a manual landing, low glide slope coupled approach, cleared for the approach mode with a second autopilot. Anti-ice I'm anticipating will be off for this arrival. We got auto brake low armed. We'll do max reverse initially, just make sure we are decelerating, and config full. Once we're happy with the deceleration, we'll take the reverse away and the auto brake off. Autopilot come off when runways in sight, landing is assured, no traffic ahead. RadNav is auto-tuned. Fuel prediction page, again, we got we're landing under max landing weight. We've got 1.2 tons or 36 minutes of extra fuel. So we could definitely do a go-around, probably 2 go-rounds before we really have to commit to either staying at Oslo or going to our alternate. And secondary's got the same thing in it. There's nothing else in the secondary right now. There's 1 active runway, so we'll just stick with it. It's fine. Any questions?
No questions.
I have control. All right. We're doing good, though. We're almost there. My coffee is almost empty, but I think it's going to make it. I was debating on whether or not to go and get more coffee, and I ended up with the, nah, we're fine. We're almost there. All right. Kind of see where it is there. We are 80 miles from top of descent. Excellent. So anything else you guys want to talk about, let me know in the comments, in the chat, if you guys have anything you want to ask. I have nothing really at the front of my mind right now. I guess we should get that tower frequency up and ready to go. We got X-ray right now, and we have ENGM tower 18305. So let's just make sure we've got that ready to go. 118305. Call that one as soon as we turn final. For now, we'll be on Unicom for the arrival. The other thing I should probably do as well is put the TCAS onto below for the arrival so we can see other people coming. And anybody else on the VATSIM radar inbound. Kind of have a sense of what's going on, so let's see here. There's a couple departures. There is at least 1 arrival from the east, but he is quite a bit closer than we are, so I anticipate, unless it's a dash or something. No, it's a 37. There's actually 2 arrivals from the east, so the second one may be a little tighter, a little closer. There's Goldborg approach on underneath us, but I don't think they are relevant to our altitude, I don't believe. Because it's just an approach controller, so I assume they're not controlling the high levels at 30,000 feet. So there are a couple of airplanes inbound to Oslo, one of which is going to be kind of close to our arrival time. So we'll have to keep an eye out for aircraft coming in from the east and either fall in behind or try and cut in front of them and get some space in front of them. We'll see how it works out.
Alpha Charlie, on the Racing 3 Sierra right now. Yeah, that's Zulu runway 21.
I'm trying to figure out. Oh, it's not actually online, it's just booked. That's why it's not showing me altitudes. It's just booked for another time. Okay, now I get it. All right. Hoy, well, we're just about ready for the final arrival of our season. You can see it all scroll into view now here. You can see the arrival, Titla, and the slight break for the ILS. I asked VATSIM radar to load my Navigraph data, and boy, that is... This can take up to a minute, yeah. There we go. There we go. Now I can see the flight level. I can see the other controllers that are online nearby. And yeah, definitely this does not count at 30,000. So, but yeah, we will have to watch for inbounds. Other inbounds from the east. We'll have to just sequence using the Unicom frequency. But I think we got everything worked out. I think we're ready to go. It does look like there is some cloud over there. Now that we're getting a little close to Oslo, you do see some cloud over Oslo. I don't think the ATIS was terrible though, right? Like the ATIS was kind of okay. No significant weather. Cav okay. We'll see what happens when we circle around and land, but right now they're saying Cav okay. And yeah. Back 30,000. I'm always excited to generate a new schedule too. I always think that's the most fun. But I'm also thinking we're going to have some fun in between as well. So as is kind of my usual, has become kind of my usual tradition, I think what we'll end up doing at some point in before I launch season 15 is I'll probably do some bush tours. I'll grab a small airplane. We'll get slow, and we'll go and do a bush tour again because I haven't done a bush tour for a while, and I like the bush tours. Some of them are really long, so I don't think I'm going to do one of the long ones. I'll try and pick something relatively short, and I think there's a couple that are based in Norway or in the Scandinavian countries, anyways. So I'm kind of leaning towards just to kind of carry on with the European Scandinavian theme is doing the bush tours in Norway, Scandinavia. I'm not sure if I can find a list of bush tours elsewhere here, but let's see what I can find here. But I'm pretty sure that there is a couple that involve the Scandinavian countries, so it feels like that would be like super appropriate to do right now. Yeah, so we've got a couple here. So we've got Discover Finland, Discover Finland, Discover Norway, Discover Sweden, even Discover Denmark. Finland, captivating journey will immerse you in the beauty and intrigue of Finland as you fly deep into its interior. Make your way north all the way to the Arctic Circle. During this flight, you'll lay your eyes on exploring a diverse multitude of sites, including small towns, gorgeous vistas of forests and lakes. In the Cubcrafter X-Cub, that one looks like it'd probably be a long one, down, low, and slow. Discover Norway. This one is also a really long one. Fly the entire coastline of Norway in the Bonanza G36. In this magnificent tour of Norway, you'll feast your eyes on an incredible range of inspiring, exhilarating sights. You'll fly past massive sheer-walled fjords, ranges of glacially carved peaks, and some of the world's greatest feats of architecture, both modern and centuries old. Or discover Sweden. Sweden's a short one, relatively short. Start basically near Copenhagen and go up to Stockholm by the looks of it. This enthralling flight will traverse the beautiful southern portion of Sweden, beginning just north of Stockholm and ending at the southern extremity of the country. Sorry, other way around then, yeah. So Stockholm down to near Copenhagen, past Copenhagen. You'll be treated to a tremendous array of stunning sights, including gorgeous coastlines, broad sweeps of lush forest, and exquisite architecture. You'll embark on this tour on the Diamond DA40 and G Diamond Star. Yeah. So there's quite a few to choose from here. I kind of would like to see, like, in terms of distance and duration. Oh, here we are. Discover Finland. 3 hours and 27 minutes. It's actually not bad. 425 miles. Discover Norway. 7 hours, 1,200 miles in the Bonanza. Yeah, probably pushing what I'd like to do. Sweden, also 326. And then there's even Discover Denmark. 369 miles in a Cessna 172. 3 hours and 16 minutes. So kind of leaning towards those right now. Definitely that's sort of... I think that'd be fun. I think that'd be a great way to kind of... tie that into what we're doing here on the pilot's life career as well, and there really is some beautiful scenery out here. I'm kind of leaning away from Sweden just because southern Sweden is more flat farmlandy. I like the idea of the Norway tour. I think that'd be fantastic. Fly from Oslo all the way around the whole coast, up the west coast, all the way up to, it looked like it gets up to like Tromsø or something. But 7 hours. That's a lot of legs. It's a lot of time. The Bonanza does go fast, but I don't know if I want to put that much time into it, so the 316 in Finland might be worthwhile. I'll look at them. But I think I definitely plan on doing that. Is like let's take a little break from flying airliners. Let's go back down to being low and slow in the bush tours on stream for an episode or two, just for the fun of it. All right, I'm going to set 9,000, which is that that mandatory altitude up ahead, and we'll just start down now. So there is Mach descent alt blue, leaving 300 for 9,000. We'll just start down a little bit early because, like I said, we don't have speed brakes, so I'm very concerned about about making sure we have enough time to get down. Shortcuts are not necessarily going to be our friend if the VNAV does not have the room for them. Now, 9,000 down to 5,000, that transition over to Titla, I think that's going to be fine. But nevertheless. All right, down we go. I have control. Nope.
You have control.
Ah, thank you. Wow, staring at me. That's funny. Okay. We do have the speed restriction coming up anyways of 250 knots, which actually helps too. The fact that it's planned nice and slow means we have more room to get down. There's definitely some overhanging cloud layers, but it still does look cap-okay below the cloud deck. We may not even need the anti-ice at this descent if we just sort of get down in this gap between the layers here. Alright, so far so good. You're still happy that we're in transition to from cruise. Yep, it's still happy with where we are. It knows what we're doing. I'm worried that glitch might have affected my pilot life tracking here, but it does not appear to have affected the tracking. It still seems to know exactly where we are, so that's good. Alright, 4,900 tons of gas. Still 4,900 kilos of gas, 4.9 tons of gas. That's still lots of fuel left. Starting down. If anything, starting down early has increased or decreased my fuel burn again. Now it's saying 4.4 over the field, which I think is exactly what I need to be at 64.5. I'm pretty sure the ZFW is 60.1. Let's see here, 60.1. So yeah, plus 4.4. Right now we're showing a landing exactly at max landing weight. Cutting the corner may not be an option unless I get drag out early. We'll see how the sequencing falls in with these other airplanes that are coming in from the east. Still no other ATC, right? Nope. Just tower. At least he's still there. Looks like he's going to be there for our arrival. He, she, they. I shouldn't assume it's always going to be a man, but this is such a male. Not dominated is not the right word, but it's such a male-oriented hobby. There are a few women out here, but they're very few and far between. What can I say? I like driving big machines. Alright. So there is the flight attendant's 30 minutes to landing call. And here comes the deceleration for Lunip. If we can put the flaps and the gear down a little bit early, once we get to the 220 knots restrictions and start getting some flaps out there just to get a little bit of extra drag going on, that could help increase our fuel burn to make sure we don't get to the runway with too much fuel. We still got to burn 500 kilos from now to be below max landing weight. And current fuel flow, that's going to be 30 minutes. That's about right. Nope, not even 30 minutes now. It's going to be an hour at the current fuel burn. Because there's the deceleration to 250 knots for Lunip. No speed brakes available, so got 5 miles to lose this speed. There is no altitude restriction though, so I could probably even just temporarily do this. So VS, oops, VS, the other way, VS minus 300. I might even just go to VS 0 for a moment here, just to just to bleed off that speed. Because I don't have speed brakes. It's not an option. I've got 2 miles still to lose 25 knots. This airplane is slippery when she's clean. And then there's some weird aberration there in the scenery. It looks like a really deep chasm of some kind. Some lake's got the wrong elevation on it. Alright, we were very close. We're about 12 knots fast. That's not unreasonable, but... Alright, we're within 10 knots now. There's back to descent, alt blue. There are some weird... Looks like there are some weird geographical anomalies in the scenery here. Some sort of a chasm in this lake. The lake has collapsed. Alright. Oslo's up there. It's about 60 miles away still. Alright. I might do open descent for a little bit here. Thrust idle open descent, alt blue. We're already under the path, and I want to just stay under the path. It looks like it's pretty much set up to kind of almost hit that point. Oh, here comes the path anyways. We were pretty close to being on path. Oh, it's going to be interesting. We're going to have to watch that fuel burn very closely. Yeah, it looks like part of this lake has some of these lakes might have the wrong elevation in them. Part of it's correct, and then all of a sudden it just falls into this chasm. With the amount of data we're talking about here, it's not surprising when things aren't quite what they should be. It's not really surprising at all. It says we're not going to make this restriction anymore. We might need the engine anti-ice here in a moment, and that's not going to help us make our restrictions anymore either. I may have waited too late to try open descent here. Yeah, the winds were not quite as forecast, I guess, so we're not quite catching that. Path is not quite where it should be ideally. Of course, the other thing I can do is I can remanage the descent and give me a 5-knot margin. It'll pitch down to get 5 extra knots. Just let me take that 5 extra knots and stay on path. Okay, here is some traffic, 2,700 feet above and climbing, so that's fine. Probably a departure. What I'm looking for is traffic inbound from the east. Alright, there's thrust idle. Speed. Alright, it looks like we are going to just make that restriction. It's just going to have a little bit of trouble with this, but I can't use the speed brakes. I would use a little bit of speed brakes just to help it out, make sure we stay on path, but it's just not an option. It's not an option, so we're just going to have to deal with it. But we are getting down there. More drag. There's no more drag I can add to the airplane until I can get you below flap speed. I could go to a lower speed now, but because we just hit 20,000, I could deploy the flaps now. But I think we're close enough to being on path. Well, actually, it's not doing a good job of keeping this path here. And this was my problem the other day in the airplane when we had no Sec 1 and we had no spoilers, and the calculations just weren't quite right. And we're above the path, and you're just sitting there looking at it. You're like, there's nothing I can do. If you want me to adhere to that speed limit, there's nothing I can do to catch that path. Unless I reduce the speed even more and deploy the flaps. And I don't think in this case that would help, because it would only be flaps 1, which is just slats 1 technically without the flaps. Until you go to flaps 2, I don't think it'd be worth it. We just have to advise ATC at this point that we're probably going to be a little bit high on the arrival. We're going down at maximum rate, but unless you allow us to increase speed. If they let us increase the speed, even just like 20 or 30 knots, we definitely could get back on path easily. but it's having a hard time catching up to that path. We are, let's have a look-see here. We are 713 feet high, and we just keep gaining more altitude on this. And even that's even going 255. We're going 5 knots fast, but the calculation was made with an incorrect wind input by the looks of it. So be it. There's a lot of lakes out here with this terrain issue here. Wow. All this time they spend extolling their software and saying how great it is, and then you end up with all these issues. We are not going to catch that path. We are going to be high at GM 447 and GM 426. There's no ATC right now, but if there was, we would definitely let them know what we're doing. We're descending at the maximum rate, but we can't make those restrictions now from this point. The airplane made a calculation, and the calculation was incorrect. I should have gone to open descent sooner, is the other thing I could have done. If I'd seen it coming, I should have gone to open descent sooner, but it looked like we were doing okay. We were never catching the path, and all of a sudden we caught it in a big way. And then we went sailing right through it. Yeah, we're probably going to be about 1,500 feet high by the time we get to the first one, and maybe even more than that by the time we get to the second one. Well, it's definitely snowier in this part now. The southern part of Sweden was looking pretty nice and green there when we went sailing back, but now I feel cold. I'm looking out there and I'm seeing winter is back. All right. Well, we're high. There's nothing I can do. I'm not allowed to touch those speed brakes today. Once we get to 220 knots, we can put out the first stage of flaps, and that will at least help our descent rates a little bit and our drag a little bit. But how are we doing? We still got to burn 400 more kilos of gas before we get there. Right now we're just running it idle. That's not going to help our cause either. Well, this did not work out well at all. Those speed brakes are really helpful to have. Oh, I see traffic. 400 feet above and descending, so it looks like we're going to fall in behind them. That's fine by me. We need a little bit of extra space to go down and a little bit of extra space to burn some gas too, so we'll see what they do and follow them in, I guess. Hopefully they're smart enough to cut some of the corners. Alright, yeah, we were pretty much 1,500 feet high crossing that waypoint. And we're still... Actually, now it looks a little better. Now we're descending at a rate where we might make that 9,000. I don't think we're going to quite make it. I think we're going to be a little bit high, but I don't think we're going to be 1,500 feet high. It's slowly coming back a little tiny bit. We might still be about 1,500 high, but we're trying. I mean, when I say we're trying, I'm really not doing anything. I'm just sitting there watching it because that's all I can do. I've done everything I can do. We can't increase the descent rate anymore at this point. I could drop the gear if I really, really needed to, but that's a bit extreme. Easier to just ask permission from the controllers. Do you mind if we're a little bit high? We're doing our best to get down as fast as we can, but we're going to be a bit high. Alright, looks like this guy is on his way to GM 422. Well, at least we're not getting the anti-ice back on. That's helping. this at like 10.5? Yeah, we're still going to be almost 1,500 feet high. Not much you can do. Oh, I see the traffic there. I don't know if you can see it, but just a little tiny light right there, just crossing in front of the clouds there. I don't think he's even going over GM 422. I think he's going direct to Titla at this point. Maybe he is. I can't 100% tell. TCAS is not necessarily accurate enough to figure out exactly what point people are going up. The resolution's not that great. Especially the further distance you get, because it's based on distance and bearing, so it's the farther away you get, the less precise the information becomes. It can jump around a fair bit. Alright, there's 10,000. So we get lights on, seatbelts on, get the LS buttons up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be arriving at our destination shortly. If you are making a connection to another flight, please see the customer service agent meeting this flight or video monitors inside the terminal for connecting gate information. For your continued safety,
okay, so we gotta get to 44, so we still gotta burn 350 kilos. Got a decel waypoint for the 220 coming up, and after that we can start to deploy some flaps. I'm just going to select now and go to 220 knots now, rather than add thrust and then immediately decelerate again. Speed Alt-Star. Alt. Alright, so they got at least 5 miles on us, but I said we still need to kind of get some drag, get some fuel burn. Doesn't even want to decelerate. Even the level flight is just barely decelerating. Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps 1.
That'll help with a little bit of drag. Alright. No change in status. Remove status. Status is removed. I also want to burn some gas too, so I'm like, let's put some thrust on there. It doesn't even have to put that much thrust on there to keep the airplane flying. Alright. Yeah, I might have to let it fly most of these waypoints just for this to burn enough gas. The other option is to slow down even more, put out flaps 2, which will really put out some drag. But I feel like we're going to have to fly half these waypoints at least just to burn the gas. Because even with flaps 1, like it's barely... What have we got? The N2 is running at 80%. That's some thrust. The N1's at 60%. It's really not that much thrust at the end of the day. Just to even keep the airplane going in a straight line. Flight deck.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secure for landing.
Thank you. Alright. Yeah, we still got to lose 9,000 feet too, so... We're going to speed 195. We'll get 195, we'll get flaps 2, we'll start going down, and then we'll turn direct Titla momentarily. Flaps 2.
Speed checked. Flaps 2.
Alright, 4,000 feet set. Thrust idle, open descent, all blue. And now we'll do direct to... We're well behind that traffic, so we'll do direct to Titla now. Cut the corner there. It's quite early to put out that much flap, but this will increase our drag a fair bit here. We have to burn 260 kilos now to the runway. So we're getting closer. I think this is going to work out just fine now. I'm really trying hard to burn that last little bit of gas. Yeah, it looks like they were going direct to Hitler because it looks like they're right over it right now.
One, 0, 2, 2, set passing 7,700.
Roger, 1022. Alright. I don't think any ATC is coming online. I think now is a pretty reasonable point to go and link this up. So, we're going down to the box here. Arriving, we're going to do the approach via, and we're going to put the Titla in there, and that should draw the little yellow line there. Alright. Right now it's not going to like me for doing this. So we're going to insert that, and then we're going to redo. Let's reload the entire arrival. So we're going to put back to direct Titla in there. Insert that, and there we go. So now we're back to naving Titla. Perfect. $195 knots is a little bit slow, but we're cutting the corner. I think it's going to work out okay here. We're burning. As soon as we level off here in 5 miles, we're going to have 15 miles, 20 miles level burning gas against flaps 2. That should burn enough gas. If it's not looking good, we can put the gear down a little bit early. Oslo traffic, Scandinavian 4714 is 25 miles northeast, directed. Look for the ILS runway at 19er right, Oslo. Alright, he's well ahead, which is good. I'm not hearing any other calls. I'm not seeing anything else coming up on the Unicom here. Alright, 4,000 feet, 4,800 descending 4,000. We're about to level off, then we'll get the fuel burn back up there, so I think that's going to be okay. Now that we got flaps 2, the speed is under control. Speed brakes would have made this just go so much faster. I could have ridden the speed brakes, stayed on path, been a little lower, and cut the corner a lot sooner. But this is what you get with this MEL. You get no speed brakes today, so you do what you got to do. Alright, any second now, here comes speed, Alt-Star, and immediately we're going to start seeing some thrust on those engines now. Here it comes. Burn some fuel. 200 kilos to the runway. I think that's very reasonable from here. Alt. Now that we stopped doing external views, I'll readjust the bottom volume up a little bit. And we're almost there. Alright. Just got to sneak in, land, talk to the tower, land. Tower still operate. Yeah, ENGM West Tower still there, good. We have information X-ray. Supposed to cross Titla at max 220 knots, but we're well below that. That's good. Even a duty, the max 200, and we're supposed to maintain 160 or greater till 4 DME. The DME is reading out right down there, 19.1 DME right now. Good stuff. All right. The lake looks like it's not frozen anymore, at least. Hopefully spring is coming to Scandinavia. Alright, we got only 120 kilos to burn. I think I was becoming a little bit overly optimistic, or not overly optimistic, but a little bit overly concerned with the fuel burn. I should have probably cut in sooner. That's fine. We're on our way inbound now. Turn final just before that next hill there by the looks of it. Across this one hill. And then turn final down this valley. You can now imagine.
Altimeter alive.
Did I ever do the approach checklist? Approach checklist.
Barrow ref.
QNH 1022. QNH 1022.
1022. Set. Seat belts.
On.
Minimum.
876 feet set.
Auto brake.
Low armed.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Approach checklist completed.
I'm wondering what an engine is, but English is a terrible language. I will grant anybody that. It is an absolutely horrendous language. Alright, let's go ahead and arm this up. We're just about to intercept final. Cat 3 dual, autopilot 1 and 2, localized slope blue. Oslo traffic, Scandinavian 4714, just about to join a 12-mile final, runway 19 right, Oslo. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's call the tower now. Go speed 190. Alright, Slopestar. Gardermoen Tower, good afternoon. Scandinavian 4714, joining 12 miles final, runway 19 right.
Scandinavian 1, correction, Scandinavian 4174, Gardermoen Tower, hello, QNH 1023.
QNH 1023, Scandinavian 4714. 1023. Alright, here is Glide Slope Star, Loke, and we're down below the 4,400 kilos now anyway, so we're good. Alright, so missed approach altitude of 5,000 feet is set. Roger the 5,000. It's nicely established on final. Nothing left to do but land. Glide slope. Activate approach phase. I think it's already activated anyway, so. We're going to speed back to 180.
Scandinavian 847, taxi Romeo, stand 61.
Taxi Romeo, stand 61, Scandinavian 847.
Alright, so that was Kinlow, 3,500, missed approach altitude, 3,500 feet set. Alright, 2000 AGL, we'll drop the gear.
Scandinavian 4174, expect stand 44. Wind 030 degrees, 3 knots, runway 19 right, clear to land.
Alright, we'll expect stand 44, 19 right, clear to land, Scandinavian 4714. Alright, so that's good. Gear down.
Gear down. Cabin
Tower, go
I'm going to select 160 now for DME.
3 with information alpha, clear.
Flaps 3.
Speed check.
Scandinavian 364,
Flaps
tower hello,
3.
require odd levels to VATSIM, report requested level.
Stand by.
Speed is managed. There's 4 DME.
Checked.
Flaps full.
Speed checked. Flaps full.
Landing checklist.
We can take
1000.
290, Scandinavian
Beacon
364.
Memo.
Landing no blue.
Scandinavian 364, Roger, clear to VATSIM.
Landing no blue.
1 Charlie
Landing
departure,
checklist
runway
completed.
19 left. Climb 7,000 feet. Expect cruise flight level 290, squawk 5744.
Okay, clear the awareness, Ribe 1 Charlie, runway 19 left, climb 7000 and
flight level 290, squawk 5744, Scandinavian 364.
Alright, autopilot's off.
Scandinavian 364, gate back away.
Cat 1.
Checked.
Stable. Land.
Checked. 100 above.
Checked.
Checked. Minimums.
Continue.
Checked.
No spoilers 3 and 4.
Spoilers. Reverse green. Diesel. $70 knots.
Manual brakes.
Scandinavian 4714, taxi November, Papa and Zulu, stand 44.
Taxi November, Papa Zulu to stand 44, Scandinavian 4714. Alright, we're just going to cross the line. We're going to stop for a second because I just need to orient myself here and set up my GSX. So, I'm just going to set the park brake real quick for a second here. Okay, so where's my taxi chart here? So first thing is, bring this over. Stand 44, so second left is November, Papa Zulu. Okay, and then stand 44, I think is where I went before. Alright, so let's do it. Alright, brakes are off, let's get going here. And then we have to also realign GSX. Okay, that's fine. So left turn here, this is November. And then Papa. Will be a right turn up there. Alright, so a little bit of a rejigging right afterwards, but that's okay. Alright, so now that we are established on our taxiway, on our way to the gate, I'm going to stow the spoilers. That's going to trigger FS2 crew to do the rest of the after landings. Hopefully she doesn't turn off the APU. The cooldown anyways will be fine. Alright, so this is Golf. And then I think the next one after this is going to be Papa. This is Golf and Hotel. Ties 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. We're almost there. We just got to find the gate here in Oslo. So the next right turn here should be Papa. At least we got a tower controller, so we got some ATC. We had ATC for departure. We had a little bit of ATC for arrival. Sorry you're just joining us for the end of the game, but what are you going to do? Alright, right turn here on Papa. Yeah, it is what it is. People come and go throughout the stream, so it's all good. Alright, right turn here on Papa, and then just past the terminal there is going to be the right turn on Zulu to get to our gate of 44. Which I feel like that was the gate we got last time we came here. We're very close. One of those gates along there anyways. Alright, so let's just make sure the after landing stuff is done. The weather radar is off. The brake accumulator's still looking good. Lights are all as required. Engine anti-ice. Yeah, the pavement looks pretty dry, so we won't bother putting it on for today, but you might need it on this. It's wintry out there still by the looks of it. It's only, I think it's 1 degree here in Oslo, so it's above 0, but not by much.
Godman Tower, good evening, Nordic 632.
Nordic 632, Tower, hello, departure information.
Norwegian air shuttle over there.
Nordic 632, we are Alpha on board, Sun 64, Boeing, dead Mike 1023 on QNH, request clearance to Bergen.
Nordic 632.
Okay, so just past the big part of the terminal here is going to be Zulu.
Departure, runway 19 left, climb 7,000 feet, squawk 4.
Gate 44 is just over there somewhere on that concourse.
Clear to Bergen, Alpha 3 Charlie 19 left, 7,000 feet, and squawk 4231, Nordic 632.
Nordic 632, read back right.
Alright. This says Zulu 1. No, this is Zulu with the arrow. Zulu is the second one here, I think. So Romeo. And then this is Zulu here. So right turn, our gate's right down there at the foot. I just got to figure out which gate it is here. Just make the turn and then open up the chart one more time real quick. Okay, so where's my charts? Number 44 is pretty much straight ahead from Zulu by the looks of it. Okay, so pretty much straight ahead. So I'm going to turn off the side lights. After landing checklist.
Radar and predictive wind shear system.
Off.
After landing checklist completed.
Alright, so it should be this one, just absolutely straight ahead here, just ever so slightly to the left. Nobody's coming, vehicle corridor is clear. I see my marshaller down there in the distance, so lights off. And then he disappeared. Where'd he go? Did he disappear into the building? Or do we actually have... Oh, does the sign actually work? Oh, that'd be great. Oh yeah, it does look like it works. That's right, I remember this. The bridge is like so tight, I think it just goes forwards and backwards. It doesn't like sound like a fully three-dimensional... not a bridge that can move in 2 dimensions, it just goes 1 dimension, backwards and forwards. So you have to park the door at the right spot. It just looks like you're going to hit the stupid thing with the airplane, though. You have to trust the sign. You have to trust the sign. Trust the sign, man. Trust the sign. I don't think we hit the bridge. I didn't feel anything. Oh, man. All right, well, we're here. Just got the bleed on, so let's go ahead and shut her down. I will, thank you. Alright, seatbelts off, and engines are definitely spooling down, so beacons off. And there it is. Yeah, it does move forward ever so slightly, and that's it. And it's there. So, so we didn't actually hit it. It definitely, but like it's so close when you're pulling in. It only came like a foot or 18 inches. Like that's just that feels so uncomfortably tight to me.
Scandinavian 364, push and
parking checklist.
Parking brake or chocks.
Set.
Engines.
Off.
Wing lights.
Off.
Fuel pumps.
Off.
Parking checklist completed.
Alright. So I think the door is open there. Let's just check. Yeah, door's open, so we can go ahead and open this up. People are going to be getting off the airplane, walking up the jet bridge there. And that's it. Season 15 is over. We made it. Almost thought we weren't going to there. We had that freeze for, that was a good like 30 seconds. I was about ready to press disconnect, and then it just suddenly, whoop, it unfroze and it came back. And thank goodness we got this flight done. I don't know if I was going to have the patience to do it again. So before I forget, to make it official, we have to hit submit flight on here.
Parking brake or chocks.
Cancel checklist.
Roger.
There we go. Pause. Or muted her now. All right. It's thinking about it. It's processing everything. That's the end of my season. There is no more flights. If I go to the flight page, your schedule is empty. Yeah. So I'm going to have to generate a new schedule at some point here. We'll have to... your aircraft licenses. So before I generate the schedule, I'm going to have to make sure I purchase a new license. So since I've made up my mind that this is what we're going to do, let's do it now. Let's go and let's buy that aircraft license. We're going to fly the 350 a little bit in the next season. So let's go ahead and purchase that aircraft license. Airbus A350 family. Purchase license. I have $4,600 in my bank account. I now have $600 in my bank account. Oop, didn't mean to do that. But I now have the capability of buying, of scheduling flights with the A350 as well. So I tend to turn off the C air. Yeah, I could leave that, I guess. I could leave it all on there. I don't want long haul. I want some medium haul. And I want random continued trips is what I like. And we should start from where we are right now, which is Gardermoen. And let's just regenerate some stuff here and just get an idea of what we could do. So Tromsø, that would be fun. 55 minutes north in the A320 to go to Tromsø. I would enjoy that. Bergen. Trondheim. Wow, this is all kind of domestic stuff here. These are all short legs. Wow, look at that. That'd be a season where you could do multiple legs in a day. But I don't know if I'm necessarily committed to that. Off to Salzburg. Only 470 miles from Copenhagen to Salzburg. That would be an interesting one, though. Have a hard time getting the 350 into Tromsø, probably. So we definitely want to see a few further field airports. There's a lot of short hauling here, too. So I don't know for sure what we're going to do here. I'm going to have to spend some time looking at what airports are available. And then, of course, you get this Gran Canaria. That's a 5.5-hour flight. We're not doing that one on stream. It's too much. That'd be a good one to do in the 350. Would be a Gran Canary's turn, but I'm just not going to do it. So anyways, I'm going to have to spend some time looking at this. But that is the end of Season 15. So I think that's enough for me for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed that. I'm happy to be at the gate. I'm happy to say that that's done. I've really enjoyed Season 15. It's really taken me out of my comfort zone. Scandinavian, Europe, very much not my comfort zone, but I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to see what I have to push my limits a little bit more and do it on stream, which is why next season we're definitely going to do the 350. That is a given. I bought that license. I have the airplane in my hangar. We're definitely doing that. The only question right now, and it's still up in the air, I still haven't made up my mind, is if I should buy FS 2024 or not, and start that as well next season or not. So still on the air, still up in the air about that. We'll see what happens, but stay tuned to the channel, guys. Probably in about 2 weeks, we'll do a bush tour. We might even do it in the evening one day, but we'll do a bush tour. We'll do one of these Norwegian bush tours at some point. But for now, that is enough for me for today. It's been a fantastic time. It's been quite a few hours of flying, and I am definitely ready to take my eyes off this airplane for a little bit. But guys, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you tuning in. Stay tuned to the channel. As I said, Season 15 will drop in probably a month or two. I'm going to wait a month or two because I'm going to probably do some other stuff in the meantime, some bush tours just for fun on stream. So keep an eye out for that. You will see that come. But yeah, for now, enjoy the rest of your day, guys, wherever you are. I'll see you out there on the VATSIM network. And yeah, be safe, fly smart, have fun. We'll see you guys all real soon. Take care.